Wednesday.
Oh no, not Wednesday.
Mhm.
It's not Wednesday. Never mind. Oh boy, it's not Wednesday. But you know what it is? It's D&D and Orphaned Honor. On whatever weird, nebulous day this is. In April, maybe. It might be May already. I'm not certain.
We got a couple
What I am
days.
certain of is that there was a cliffhanger we left on last time we played together. And I would really like someone to tell me what led up to it.
Okay, well, I know what you mean, so I guess I have no choice.
Got him.
So, from once we left off, I believe we ended in the note of us arriving back at the Fate Edge Orphanage for the previous night, where 2 sessions before that, we had come out of the basically the Jurassic Park Debbie plane, but a lot of time had passed, so unfortunately we had to push our remaining investigation off to the next day. We rested there, and we had breakfast, eating and the like.
Yeah, that's what breakfast usually. Yep.
Yeah, usually we had what was left of that dinosaur, I think. Where Cider handed out whatever mechanic it is that the twins have, where based off the food they can eat, they can divvy out buffs here so long as there's temporary hit points and people are feeling good, which led to a very awkward situation that we had later. Cor went to speak to one of the 2 caretakers. I believe he spoke with Rain, pertaining to his lizard folk friend who he needed to see about getting property, trying to figure out that what we're going to be doing with that. Gallo was out there having a snowball fight, genuinely playing with the kids, which then led to, I think, those Core Gallo getting into a snowball fight. Some other questions were asked to, I think it was Rain. The one that I think Core probably knows a little bit better. I think it was no, it was the halfling, not the halfling, the half elf or the elf.
Yeah,
the one that we
Amethyst.
didn't speak to. Yeah, Amethyst. That's her
Yeah.
name. I'm not looking at my notes. So we had discussions there. Core found out that it was actually nobody who handles a lot of the business relationships there in the 6th district, and he'd have to go through him in order to find out the pricing and everything like that, which ended up being the main concern. Discussions were had about where he was getting the money from. Pop seems to be the not logical answer there, though Core feels guilty about it. And then after that, he got ambushed by Nero, by snowballs, and Core took his snowball fighting to the death and proceeded to sneak attack Ice Ball, ping him in the back of the head, or like in the head, I don't know. Either way, you took like 10 points of damage from a snowball.
Yeah.
Which
Mhm.
nobody liked. And, we were talking about this, and this led to an entire discussion about how we should be taking away our temporary hit points for the mechanic you just gave us by being idiots.
It's fine.
After
It
that,
was
we
funny.
made our way to the Octopus Arena, where we went to the 4th district to go get a fish here based off Yelena's idea to more or less appease the content that we had made with the owner of the Octopus Arena, because he comes from common roots, where Cider and I proceeded to both spend our charisma tokens on the best NPC that has ever been made ever. No one else try to make a NPC that is better than this. In fact, just stop what you're doing right now and just give up. There will never be anything better. I'm kidding.
And he is called.
No?
He is called the Devilfish, and there are many stories surrounding him. He is a gnomish, exotic fish salesman, and he has lots of anger problems. And I guess he's a friend, or maybe he's not. No one really knows. So we had an extended scene with him where we were able to get for a very hefty price that I am actually still surprised that the twins were able to pay. Some pretty good fish. However, this also required, in order to get these fish, it required Cider to roll a d100 and literally get the twins to help him out and literally cheat him out of a fair game of cards, where the cost would be the twins basically being like indentured to him because I guess bad decisions are made all around. We got the fish at half price, which still ended up being like 500 gold, just about. Once again, still surprised that you have that kind of money. Why am I not asking you instead of Pops to help me pay for this property? I don't know. Probably because I think that you're poor or something. I don't know.
He spent all of his money on fish. That's fine.
He spent all his money on fish. So we got the fish. One of them was like this. I think one of them was like a trout or something like this. I don't think I actually took notes of what they actually were.
There's like a rainbow fish and like a deep blue one, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I didn't take notes of
Vaguely
what those
correct.
actually were. Yeah.
Don't
I did
worry.
take
If
notes.
it becomes relevant later and y'all don't know, then it's on you.
Yeah, I actually took notes of like his exact description. There you go. Verbatim. So we also learned that he has a superior intelligence to me and us a equal level of spellcasting to Yelena. This man is not to be messed with. We got the fish, and then from there we proceeded to the Octopus Arena, which we also found out was in the 4th District because Quinn realized through note-taking that apparently we had I guess a little bit of a communication error or something like that. So, this happened to be like in the neighborhood at the very least, which means we don't have to spend hours going to the other side of the city, which is good. We made our way to the arena where Yelena did a lot of the talking, and we got to meet with the owner, who Tarek. Tarek Simmond. And I'm trying to remember who the hell Snork is. I only have in parentheses the boss.
Yeah, he was the guy we were talking to that we delivered the fish to.
Snork?
Yeah,
well,
that was just his
it's
race.
well, it's not it's an M. It's Smork. It's
He's a dragonborn orc.
Yeah, it's the phrase for half dragon.
Oh,
half
yeah,
orcs.
okay. I was very confused with my note because I had that directly beneath him, and I'm like trying to sit here being like, this is the name of a character? That's a really weird name for a character here. Was I memeing like 2 weeks ago and just forgot?
You
So,
made a note.
Do you actually take notes? Who knows?
I mean, I like to think that I have an okay memory. So we go to meet with Tarek after Yelena apologized and mentioned that we had a gift, and we go to talk to him, who we found out, he was a dragonborn orc, who came from very like poor and humble roots, and turned out to be someone who we probably actually didn't expect to be this type of character, somebody with integrity and actually, like empathy, and understood where he came from and really wanted to kind of adhere to that. There were some conversations about cultural things pertaining to these things. Yelena really, really rocked this particular scene, and I think I know Core walked away from that with some very different views on things here. This man being very different from what he expected. something 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 secretary something something something. As we were leaving the office, Hatner tried to steal from him with. I guess he like lifted some type of gold statue and he got seen and he was asked politely to put it back, which he did. And he like helped us in earnesty to try to find, the child we were looking for, who I believe we are currently looking for. Priya, yeah. I was looking for the name here just to make sure I had it right. Who is the desert-born human who, from our understanding, is a former slave. Once again, we have a theme going on here where uh, this very much so feels like a Yelena arc. And we go to find the place that she was supposedly tucked away at. We find it, but what we do find is that the place hasn't really been lived in, and there are signs that she's either been taken or something has happened here, because we found blood and a bit of nail, and we had to stop Hatter from having an episode about it. He started bullying. Once again, greatest NPC who has ever lived, Captain Dwildrak. Actually, no, not Captain Dwildrak. Just some like human guy with a red shirt
Jenkins.
who doesn't have a name.
Yeah,
Jenkins.
Jenkins. He had a name.
Jenkins is going to die this session.
No.
So we send Jenkins away.
Yeah, you send him away. He's already dead.
We're gonna find his corpse.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna find his corpse. He's not gonna have a face, or like his corpse is going to get up and it's gonna be possessed by the hag.
What do you mean? We already found him. He's the pale figure staring up at you right now.
He's the pale figure sitting up. That's right. He somehow, like in the time that like he parted from us, he just got stuffed in a sewage drain.
No.
Oh god. Anyway, so I'm trying to remember exactly what the imagery was, but it sounded like we were like in the upper part of the octopus arena as we were like going about fanning out, spreading out. And we rolled investigation. Core rocked the investigation check, and we left off on some ominous narration here where Core was peering in through the bars of something here that seemed like it led into the sewer, and out in the distance the light flickered off of something that seemed like it was bobbing in, light beaming off the eye of something that looked pale deeper in, and I couldn't really make out the details of that. Left very, very vague, and we stopped playing for a week because we had things that happened, and my door's being knocked on.
It's me. I'm at your door, Dawn.
Seems like a weird place to stop, but yeah, that's true. Just to clarify, while Dawn is dealing with whatever's knocking at his door, it's worth mentioning that the location was actually in the bottom of the octopus arena. The very
underneath the pearl.
Yeah, underneath the pearl, which is the big magical sphere that contains the water in which the octopus games take part in. You're basically in what would be considered like the backstage area,
Okay.
where all the things happen.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I know that we went upstairs, or downstairs rather. Also, that was my mom asking me about lunch because yeah. Yeah, that's I think everything I remember with maybe a little bit too much detail, but
tiny bit too much detail. You could tone it down like 40%.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at notes. I'm just doing this from memory, and one thing leads to another. So, that's my long-winded recap. Can't believe I got things wrong.
Yeah, well then, we're going to we're just gonna kind of go boop, and we're gonna start things off with kind of revealing to you what you may or may not have been staring at, which is, hey Core, make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, great.
Oh. I need to zoom out for a sec.
Hang on. The
Sitting-
fucking
There we go.
dynamic lighting's being really funny. Where am I?
Well, allow me to ping for you.
Oh, yep, there you are.
It's an enormous map.
Oh, okay. We see that Core has found his long-lost mother.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Int save. I'm actually good at these. Which means
Oh, now you jinxed it.
I jinxed it, absolutely. Why is my core button red? Oh, okay. It's being really weird. Alright. Alright, here we go.
Yo.
I failed.
You failed.
I can't
It's actually
believe
a DC
that you are
27. Ooh.
DC 27. I don't have anything for that. I
Yeah,
can't boost that.
unfortunately.
Can't pass that.
Nope. Untouchable. No. All joking aside, you were successful, to no one's surprise. As this pale face staring up at you, the eyes blink, and there is a moment where you begin to feel this creeping chill up your spine as you begin to hear sounds of a most dreadful day begin to fill your ears, but you manage to realize that these are just all false, that this is something trying to be implanted into your mind, and you manage to shake it off. And now we are going to officially roll initiative.
Alright, let me click my token. I am gonna blow. I have 1 point of inspiration left over from the previous session, and
You're
I
at
get 2.
you're at 3.
Okay, I'm at 3, so I'll
Yeah.
blow 1 here on initiative because that is a very low roll. Much better.
And got. Let me go. Ow. Let me go get my other plate to spin. Okay. Well, it is unsurprising, but Core, you get to react first.
Do I have any sort of inkling of like what I might be looking at?
It's a person whose face is staring at you through a grate. And you feel like your mind was just attacked. But you've never seen this individual before. I mean, you tell me.
Okay. I think Core says, well, it's about to be a really bad day for one of us. Core is gonna take a swing with his rapier.
Sure thing. "12 is a miss."
Okay, unsurprising. I am a swashbuckler,
Mm-hmm.
so I have rakish audacity.
Yep.
Which I'm just gonna post this here.
You can disengage.
I don't need advantage to get that, and I don't need that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is he will move here, 5 feet back, tucking and rolling, and I'm going to bonus action, and finally I get to do this, but waiting for a moment. I'm going to use finisher. And I am going to expend my result.
Okay.
To guarantee a hit, basically. And because you've told me I could do this, I'm going to use the offhand for the sling, where he kind of wraps it up, begins twirling it here, spinning, and tries to lob it at their face. And I will roll the sling.
Mm-hmm.
It will crit on a 19 through 20. And because so if I blow inspiration here, will I be eligible for sneak attack?
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
If I use inspiration here, will I be eligible for sneak attack?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing.
wanted-
You do not meet any of your requirements for sneak attack,
Yeah. 'cause-
including for rakish audacity.
Yep. I just wanted to like ask because inspiration would normally let you roll with advantage.
This is except that's normal inspiration.
That's normal.
The point
inspiration.
system
Okay.
does not roll with advantage. You roll an additional die.
Okay, no problem. That is perfectly fair. So we'll do that. And we will roll damage. I'll also roll my sneak attack damage as well. Well, actually, no, I don't get sneak attack on this.
You do not.
I do not, which is okay. That is going to be 5 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Core is going to continue moving back.
Mm-hmm.
And he can I item interaction something? Can I?
Yeah, you've got an item interaction left.
Sure. What would you consider it being blowing out a signal whistle?
You'd have to drop something in order to do so. Both your hands are currently full.
I'll drop my rapier.
Okay.
Core pulls that signal whistle and he blows on it. That'll be his turn.
Yeah, and I will just say to everyone now, you all can hear it. Clear as day.
The referee is blowing the whistle in the Octopus Arena. It's foul play.
Foul play.
What is the position of this lovely older gentlewoman? Is she out of the grade enough to be able to see?
She's not out of the grate at all.
Okay.
She's inside the grate. For the purposes of this, only Core has been able to see her, and when Core stepped away, he could no longer see her.
Okay. I think Yelena's going to ignite her weapons, kind of pulling them out as she's running, because she sees that Core is, obviously starting a fight with something.
He just threw a fiery bullet at something in this direction.
She's going to make her way over, making her way, and just ready an attack for anything that comes within her melee reach with her scimitars.
Okay.
That will be her turn.
And not Hop's turn. Not yet. There's bad news first. As Yelena and Core, you begin to hear echoing up from somewhere down below in the pipes that are in front of you, arcane words being spoken. Something chanting and rhythmic. And you watch as 4 dark humanoid figures emerge from around the pillars in the arena.
I hate
Oh,
this.
that's spooky. These are spooky.
I hate every.
Yo, we getting some upgraded strawmen, some straw women.
They got rid of the straw and the man.
Clearly what makes them superior.
Really streamlined the design
Yep.
by getting rid of everything that was part of the design.
We really just refined it significantly.
Can I get? Oh, I can. Okay.
I over added 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how 6 popped up. That's weird. Okay.
Oh.
Now it's Habba's turn.
Okay. All right. So, first thing we're gonna do, use a bonus action for an edict. We are going to do the edict move, so that Nero can dash as a bonus action. All right. Then Nero is going to move up next to this person right here. This nice new friend. Habba is also going to move his 30 feet with his move action. They both just have an action left at this point. Habba is going to cast a cantrip. That cantrip being Imbued Strike on Nero. Yep. So, on Nero's next hitting attack before the start of his next turn, it's going to do an extra 2d6 damage. And now Nero is going to try and swing at this lady.
I like how they all just got genders.
Yeah. It's a 19 hit.
Yes.
Okay.
Resoundingly.
And then I need to roll the 2d6. Oh, shoot. Oof. Okay.
Oof.
So 13 slash damage.
Real
13
big
slashing.
oof.
Yeah. It happens.
But in a rush of movement, Nero arrives, hefting the Great Cleaver, and brings it down through this shadowy humanoid figure. And before it even gets to react, it is dispelled.
All right, and that's my turn.
Okay. Clean up my initiative order that I just goofed. Okay. Oh, this one's alive. Is going to move straight up to Nero and is going to attempt to slap Nero. It is not going to succeed in slapping Nero. I've rolled a natural 2.
Excellent.
It runs up and weirdly caresses Nero with its shadowy hands.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Wait, hang on. I'm having an oddity where it's telling me the same token is happening. This is weird. So,
HP?
no, they're just it's weird. Okay, so this is gonna be 14 now. And just let me murder that one. Re-add this to the initiative order. Because I deleted the other token off the map without removing it from the initiative first. Okay. 14. This one's going to rush up to the group of you. It's going to slap core. Attempt to slap core.
Ready to attack?
Yes.
I'll do so.
Those are both hits? Well, it's just a hit, rather.
Yeah, just one.
Just-
9 slashing.
Okay. The shadowy figure, which was firm in its shape, is flickering and bleeding in wisps of darkness. It seems to barely be alive. And that's going to be a really resounding miss with a solid 13 to hit.
Okay, I am going to react to this.
Go for it.
I am going to use... Oh, wait. That's only when that's an attack that is made against someone else. Okay, never mind. That is all I got at the moment.
Okay.
It's okay.
It is okay. All right. Let's see. What is the what are our ranges here?
I think don't know what they can see.
Yep.
Because I would assume the same is true, that if I can't see them, then they can't see me, probably.
They have the fortune of being able to poke their head up to do some investigative work.
Can someone get that gif of the witch from Snow White, like, popping their head down?
Yeah, chuckling into the basement. Yeah. Super appropriate. But when in doubt, given that angles are just terrible and weird right now, a gnarled hand is going to emerge from the grate. A single mottled eye is going to eyeball you, Yelena, given you are the closest, and a streak of arcane missiles are going to fly out and strike you. Oh man, those are huge numbers. 7 points of force damage.
Ouch.
And then thoroughly sinking back into the pipes. I'm just gonna call her what she is. The hag is going to vanish from sight.
Oh no. I'm waiting for her to pop on the entire other side of the arena.
I mean, that might be what's happening here, considering the size of the map.
No. Oh no.
But who knows?
Let's find out if one of my shadows can hit. Not today. That's a 9. The creatures rush up on all sides and attempting to still attack and rake you with their shadowy tendrils are just, not really getting any sort of success. Stella's going to. What is Stella going to do?
Dance through the danger.
Well, there's an enemy nearby. I think Estella is just gonna go lean on old reliable. I think we're just gonna hit it with a firebolt. Let's learn some things. And that is going to just narrowly hit. The firebolt will collide with the shadowy figure. But narrow, it will be easy and obvious to observe that the fire effect was not nearly as effective as you had thought. That being said, the shadow, even upon after the impact where the fire just sort of seemed to strike it and then flitter out very quickly, the shadowy figure does still look to be in rough shape. These shadows seem to be very fragile.
Got it.
Core.
Okay. Core will item interaction pick up his rapier and will swing at the one in front of him. Yeah.
That's it.
I will use sneak attack on this, which is 3d6.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is exactly 3d6 apparently.
Nice, dude.
I've empowered it now. It is now the demon shadow. It is now satanic.
No. Piercing boosts it.
Normally that would kill any other shadow. This one, it is now the super shadow.
I want him to be. Hang on, I got this.
Oh no.
Okay.
And then a destructive disc comes out of the side and cuts him in half.
Whips.
Yeah. Despite all the goofery, the rapier attack, which you can feel struggles to harm its physical form, it still just dissipates after the attack. It just poops. Damn it! Why do I keep?
Um. Okay. We are going to This is a really, really open area.
Yes, yes, it is.
Well, there is only one place that I can hide. So
Behind the
Corvo,
big old pillar.
Yelena.
Oh, okay. Or yeah, sure. Or that. Yeah.
I am a halfling. I guess I can do this. So here we go. Because I want to get the drop on something.
Yeah, sure.
Bonus action, I will stealth. And
Yeah, you're somehow hiding behind Yelena's thin frame. Tracks.
something like that. All right. Korg clings to Yelena's back and pulls an Egyptian hieroglyph, I guess. All right, that's his turn.
I feel like there was another very easy DBZ reference in there, but I won't make it.
I don't know what that. I can't think of it at the moment.
Chaozu.
Oh no, you're
Yeah.
gonna be irrelevant soon, Yelena. Japan hates you.
No.
Japan hates TN. Yelena is very confused by the fact that Core is like really just under her at the moment because she's very much somebody who uses her full 5-foot square while fighting. So she's gonna make her way over here and take a swing.
Oh, look, a halfling was there. How weird.
Oh, sorry, I meant to using this obviously, but even if it's not that effective.
Well, the 21 hits.
And offhand attack.
Okay. Between the two attacks, it is defeated. Yelena and Core, you both would recognize that fire was not overtly effective, but Yelena's magical scimitars were.
Oh, the scimitars I don't believe count as magical. They just have a thing that makes them glow like a torch.
Yeah, I know that's what we talked about, but there's an implication behind the spell, you know.
That's up to you.
Yeah, we'll talk about it after the fact. We'll leave them non-magical for now. So hang on, let me actually do some math real fast.
It is time for me to place my food order, so I'll be
Yep.
real quick.
Yep. I lied. It's a lot.
Oh no.
Dun-dun-dun.
Hey, okay. She's gonna step back over here and kind of peer into the grate, see if she sees anything.
You do not see anything except
Who's down there?
slowly running water.
Alright, that is her turn.
Okay. It is not Haba's turn.
All right. So I'm going to keep it nice and short and simple. I'm just gonna have Haba cast the imbued strike cantrip, and then Nero's just gonna take a swing.
Okay.
Ooh, that misses.
Yeah, the
I'm assuming.
9. Yes, the 9
Yeah.
is a miss.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. That is my turn.
Okay.
I'm not gonna waste too many resources on this right now.
All right. Well, it's going to very simply retaliate against its attacker. That one might actually hit. That's a 19.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Sweet. And we do one of these. And Nero's going to suffer 4 points of necrotic damage. And I'm just gonna flip a coin real quick. And here's the kicker. Haba loses 1 point of strength.
Oh. Haba or Nero?
Sorry, Nero.
Okay,
The boy that got slapped.
got it. Oh no, I made him. I should have. I should have spent a resource. Okay, well, good to know.
No, this is only the first one that's hit. It's fine. It's not like it's crippled into your modifiers or anything, right?
No, it brought me down. It brought me down to a +2.
Oh, shucks. You know what'd be real unfortunate? If a hag was right, if a hag was right next to Nero as well.
Oh, oh no.
And the hag is going to do a thing that let's see how far we can cripple Nero.
No, he's just a boy.
She's just a girl?
Oh, stop before we get any further. Copyright. Haba, you watch as from this grate, you see a long, gnarled arm stretch out with a pointed finger at Nero, and a black beam of energy lances out, striking him. Nero, you've been struck by a ray of enfeeblement.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. I don't remember the specifics of what that does, but I know it's bad.
Okay, I'm back.
You deal only half damage with weapon attacks that use strength until the spell ends.
Oh no!
Oh, you
At
got
the-
hit by
Yeah.
a bad thing.
At the end of each
Yeah, I
of
also got
at the end of each of Nero's turns, you can make a con save against it. If you succeed, the spell will
Okay. Yeah.
Ray of Enfeeblement is
Yeah.
correct.
Dumb, but also, when the shade hit me, I lost a point of strength.
I also know what they do. I know that this is a scary combat.
Please describe the whole map movie.
Oh no, they also have the ability to move the map.
Oh no. Oh, and she gets to duck down. Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
No, question.
Spellcasters with cover.
Yes, question now.
Yeah.
Does Raven Enfeeblement give me like disadvantage on strength checks, or is it just
Nope.
I do?
You
I'm
deal
assuming,
you
like,
deal
that's
half
part
damage
of
by
it?
slapping things.
That's it? Just less damage?
Yeah, you deal half damage on any strength-based attacks you do. That's it.
So I could still grapple her out of that grate.
Speaking of which, you technically would receive an attack of opportunity when she attempts to duck away if you'd like to swing.
Oh yes. Yeah, I'll swing at.
Swing better. There a raven.
Oh.
I'm gonna use an inspiration if that's cool with you.
That-
There.
The system exists. It's cool with me. It's
Yep, okay.
whether or not if you want to do it.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm getting the bad rolls out of the way now. You know.
That's the
That's
spirit
a 2
champ.
followed by a 3. A 3-2-3. Did I hit the button? I think I might have hit the button twice. Oh. No, never mind. It was just because from the. Okay.
Mhm,
Got it.
mhm. Yeah, no, it was just it was just much suck.
Mm-hmm. Well, it happens.
That it does.
Yep.
And this shade that's still alive over yonder, Yelena heard it a lot. It's going to attack Yelena. That might actually hit. An 18.
That'll hit.
Well done. Yelena will take 2 points of necrotic damage, and you will lose 1 point of strength.
Well, it doesn't make my modifier any worse.
Stella. Seeing that fire wasn't overly effective, Estella's gonna change tact and gonna try another element because, well, she's just a freaking smorgasbord of damage types. Ray of Frost.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate. This seems to be today. Roll 20 doesn't like people, except for Don with his multiple 6s. That's going to be a miss. So that's what that looks like there. The shadow is apparently the one that's just in it to win it. Core.
I'm going to assume that I am no longer stealth.
Yeah, you're no longer stealth because you're standing in the open. That's how stealth works.
Okay. This is okay. Core is going to I gotta look at something here. Okay, sure. Why not? Core is going to no, I think I'm gonna say that actually. We're gonna swing with a rapier.
Okay. Swing your way, Nero. Hit.
And I'll roll the sneak attack.
Okay.
18 total.
The shadow will dissipate.
I think Core is going to move here. And wedge himself there as best as he can.
Okay.
And try to stealth.
Sure. Give me that stealth check.
$15.
Acceptable.
It's an okay check.
Alright.
That'll be his turn. I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but the food will be ready by about 11:30.
Okay.
So just letting you know.
Yeah. As previously mentioned, and just like spoken out loud, we'll take in about 15 minutes, or when Don leaves, basically, we'll take like a 10-minute break, just to accommodate Don's little in between.
Yep. My turn?
Yeah, yep, it is Yelena's turn.
Right. Gonna do a little jig so that she can move a tiny bit faster. Rush over towards this one. Take a swing.
Hit.
And offhand attack.
Which you will not need. The shadow
Well,
is...
she takes it anyway.
destroyed. Well, there's a sweeping flourish that is glorious and splits the shadow in 2 different directions.
Yes. And because she attacks, she gets 10 extra feet of movement, so she's going to make her way back over to here. She's kind of looking around, but being somewhat annoyed in character with this hag's antics.
Mm-hmm.
That will be her turn.
But
It
wait,
looks like it's
there is
Emperor
more.
Scallion.
This is the worst game of whack-a-mole. Oh no. They're going after the boys.
Yeah, it's like in a weird way, these are spawned closest to the hag. Oh, nice.
You know what? Yeah, that okay. Right, we got a plan. We have a plan, everybody.
Oh, let's hope it accounts for the shadow that's about to walk up and slap you.
No.
Oh, that's a 21, so I think it's gonna
Yeah, that'll
flip.
hit.
For a 5 points of necrotic damage,
Okay.
and you lose 1 point of strength.
Okay. Not so bad on him.
Yeah,
Not
until
so
it
bad,
reduces
not so bad for Haba.
until it reduces you to 0 and kills you. But you know that's
Oh,
that's
yeah,
that-
yeah, yeah.
that's a
Oh,
problem.
yeah.
That's a problem for future us.
I
Yeah.
could be dead in 3 hits. They roll really well.
Oh no. Excuse me.
Yeah, shadows are like scary at every level.
Yep, okay. After getting smacked. Alright. So Nero's gonna run here. Wait, hold on, make sure I have that right. Okay, no, it's here. Okay. How deep do these grates go?
They're just under 10 feet tall.
Okay.
Like, I mean, when you look into the grate, the pipe
Mm-hmm.
itself is relatively large.
Okay. This is just a long shot, but regardless, Haba's gonna use his action to cast a spell.
Okay.
He is gonna cast. Come on, scroll down. Character sheet. Wait. I hate the Roll20 sheet sometimes because like it doesn't show you your full sheet. Like if like bug. Hold on. I'm trying to get to the spell. It's Soul Shackles that I'm trying to cast. Gonna see it now. There we go. Okay. Yes, I would like to cast Soul Shackles. Everything within 15 feet of Nero has to make that save.
I'm assuming it's using Haba's spell save DC.
Yes. Hold on. Is it? Actually, I'm having to reload Roll20 real quick because it's being a little buggy.
15 feet, so it will be.
Wait. Yeah, that is.
It'll be all. It'll be all 3 boys.
Yep, and
Strength
then
saving
I
throw.
would-
No, fail save. Restrain. Okay.
But I was also kind of moving here just on the long shot that it might catch one of the hag in one of the grates.
Fair. That's noted.
Yep. Hold on, let me pull up the actual DC for you because it is higher than that.
Yeah, I figured if we're using Haba's.
Yeah, it's a 16.
It's a 16.
DC 16. Yeah,
Well, not a single shadow succeeds.
nice.
Because if you know anything about shadows, they are not strong. They are the opposite of strong. However, hags, on the other hand, are very strong. Which, your plan was clever, but the hag did succeed.
Oh, dang. Can you use inspiration to make the DM reroll?
Nope.
I have been asked this question before too.
Okay, that's fine. We keep some of them from like running off after y'all and whatnot. It'd be a little tanky. All right, so that is Haba's action. He's going to use his. Which bonus action do we want? Which edicts do we want to do? I think. We are gonna have Nero take the block edict, and he gets to add half of Haba's charisma modifier to his AC. So does that? I'm assuming that rounds down. So it would be
the document.
2?
The document should have specified.
Okay. Hold on, let me check real quick.
Because my rule at the table is whenever we do halves, I always round down, unless something specifies otherwise. And a lot of things in features do.
Okay, it is actually rounded up.
There you go.
So it'd be +3. So I think that takes him to 20 AC until the end of his turn. Okay.
Yep, that's what my sheet would say.
Okay. And then Nero is going to swing at this one.
Sure.
Oof.
It's restrained.
It is restrained, so that is a crit.
Oh, cool. All right, yeah, 21 slashing. Well, half damage. So
Well, yeah.
10.
So I mean, and then it's a crit. In which case you would ignore actually the 7, and you would just add 12 onto the 14. So it would be 26
right,
reduced
right.
to 13. But you clobbered this thing.
Okay.
Semantics at this point.
hmm
This poor shadow never stood a chance.
Sorry, buddy.
The
Never
game
saw it
started from the
coming.
start.
And then I'm gonna risk it. I know it's bad idea, but I want to run. Actually, no. Hold on. I would like to run this way.
Okay. That
Yep, I'll
shadow
take the
is going to
opportunity.
slap him, or it's going to try. It is going to succeed.
Okay.
19 again. 8 points in necrotic damage this time,
Ooh,
and you lose an additional point of strength.
it's fine. We're at an 8 strength. It's fine. And that is my turn.
Okay. This shadow is restrained and does not like it. Going to use his action and try to break free. Hilariously failed. Shadows are not well equipped to escape from this situation.
Mhm.
Which is funny. I'll explain this just out loud. Shadows are not supposed to be allowed to be restrained. But I'm making an exception because the spell is very specific in its type of magic, and it would work.
Mm-hmm. Neat. Okay. Cool.
But surprise, there's a hag.
Oh, hi.
And this hag is actually just going to reach up out of the grate and attempt to grab Haba by the leg and slam him into it.
Okay.
You should have liked Grandma's cookies.
Um,
Now you are the cookies.
so
I just thought they were burnt.
I rolled a natural 19, so 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
yeah.
got
That'll do it.
expanded crit range with slamming attacks.
You are going to take 12 points of bludgeoning damage,
Ooh.
and
Okay.
I want you to make a strength save.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna spend my last inspiration on that. There we go.
Hey, there you go.
Speaking of saving throws, Nero should have made one at the end of the turn.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
right.
for Raven Field
Yeah,
Web.
make a con save.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Elena.
He's good at those, thankfully. He doesn't have he doesn't get his proficiency in saves until I think next level.
Yeah, it's
So
coming
it's
later.
just a flat. Ooh, yeah.
That is a
But
failure.
when he does, it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And you succeed on the strength save, so you have no other ill effects. The hag will release you, and wander back down into the sewer system.
Can I get an opportunity attack?
The hag is gonna move, so yes.
Okay.
Haba can attempt to do whatever Haba has in hand, I guess.
Where's my dagger?
Just punch her on the way down.
Yeah.
Can't
Just
I'm
like-
sure this you can't, but are you able to grapple on like opportunity attacks? I don't think that's
No.
a thing.
You cannot.
Okay.
I've
yeah, we'll just
given
make
characters features that can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been real fun otherwise. Yeah, no, it's not a standard thing.
No.
I'm not a big believer in critical fumbles, but my brain immediately went so the dagger fell into the grate, right?
So Hoppa fell into the grate as well, right?
All right, we're back to Estella. She's gonna try to Ray of Frost the same one she missed before. All right, that one's gonna work. 8 cold. She's also going to observe that cold does not seem to be overly effective, which is frustrating. But at least it has its movement slowed for a turn. birding the fight. This shadow's restrained. Hates it. And is still restrained and hates it. Score.
Okay. I want to roll perception.
Go for it.
I want to actively listen to see if I can hear where this thing is, where good grandma is going.
Go for it. So when you tune out the sounds of your companions fighting, and you listen to the running water underneath the grates that are running through this large pipe below, you can in fact hear heavy footsteps working their way through it. And it's hard to tell exactly where she is, but you can tell she is heading back in your general direction.
Okay.
So, to clarify this a little, the information, so she was here last, and she's heading now somewhere in this direction.
Okay. Core has an idea.
And what is this idea?
He's gonna call out to Yelena. Blue!
She'll glance over.
As Core pops out his head around the corner here. And we're gonna do some more nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Core is going to turn his head and kind of gesture towards the things here to kind of indicate that something's coming. And Core is going to try to make some preparations for this. Let's be silly with this. Rapier's going away.
Okay.
Item interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Core pulls out a grappling hook.
Okay.
And he's going to start kinda I guess the idea with this is to try to like wrap this around her neck. And I guess he's going to like start. I guess the idea is we're going to drag her out of the sewer.
Okay. I want to clarify one thing.
Sure.
Even from the glances you've seen of this woman, you don't think you can physically drag her through one of the grates.
Okay. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna go to a different plan here. Core is going to I don't know if I'm still hidden or not.
Nothing's acknowledged you.
Nothing has acknowledged him. All right. Core's going to. Is it legal for me to move around the like the back end of these grates, or
Yes.
or like these in the ground?
Yeah, no, you can move around them.
Okay.
You can walk across
Core-
them if you want. Even.
Nah. I think Core. Well, I'm gonna find out something now. Core is gonna pull out his holy water,
Okay.
and I think he's going to make his way like. What do these pillars look like? The higher end up areas.
The big ones that you're standing next to currently?
Yeah, can I climb up them to give myself like a little bit of an unexpected advantage? Like,
Well, so they're mostly smooth stone, and they go up for like 150 or so feet. So you can, but it's very hard to keep any kind of.
Okay.
Like, if you want to climb up it to stay there, I would say impossible. If you want to try to do some crazy acrobatics things that temporarily put yourself up at a certain height, I would allow it.
Okay, I want to do that so I could. Basically, I want to get the drop. And then, like, ready in action to, like, lob something at them.
Okay. Yeah, so basically what it would look like, it would be a little bit like a Mega Man wall hop. No, you get up on the wall and then you begin sliding.
Yeah, something like that.
I will require an acrobatics check. However.
Sure, that's perfectly fair.
Okay. It is enough to keep you up there for 1 round.
Okay. Bonus action, we're gonna try to stealth by, I guess the justification is where no one's looking up.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're not. We'll roll stealth. I'll blow inspiration. And Core waits with holy water in hand to lob it at the grate, and that'll be his turn.
Okay. Yelena.
Core's kind of done this gesture, but she still has no idea which one of these grates this old lady is going to try to pop out of. So trying to prepare swords is probably for nothing. She's going to ready a spell. She's going to ready Dissonant Whispers for when this woman tries to pop her head out.
Okay.
But that will be her turn. She's going to stay where she is.
Okay. The shadow is going to make its way over here because it sees all these glimmering soul shackles attached to its friends, and it thinks, well, this guy must be responsible for it, right? And is going to beat on Nero to hope to end it. He's going to fail to beat on Nero with a 5.
Alright. After a ready action goes off, I'm going to leave to go get my food, and it should take like less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Alright.
I'll try to make sure I have everything ready.
Yep, we're getting there. We're literally 2 turns out. Haba.
Yes. Alright. So I'm gonna have a narrow. Hold on. I'm gonna move around like this. I'm gonna have Hava move here. Alright, so I'm going to have narrow swing at this one with I'm gonna have Hava cast Imbued Strike to give it an extra 2d6. Narrow's gonna swing. 25 to hit.
Hit.
Alright, so that's 10 slashing damage plus 2d6. So a total of 15. Halved is 7 slashing.
Okay.
Yep.
And they are resistant to physical damage, so we'll have it again.
Oh.
I thought the
Even if
giant's
it's
knife was magical.
Yeah, the giant's
Oh,
knife
it's
is-
magical. Never mind, you're fine.
Yeah, okay.
7. And I'm sorry, did you check the
then-
left or the top one?
What was that? What's that? The top one. Sorry.
Well, the top one is then destroyed.
Oh, cool. Let's check something real quick. With Soul Punch, the dopest name for a spell.
It's a pretty great spell.
Just meaning I need to see if it needs to be on the exact same. Yeah, okay. Yep. So, that'll be it.
Right.
Yep.
The shadow is restrained, hates it, but hates his life more because he's still stuck. The hag, as all according to plan, here's here.
Okay. Core's ready action is going to go off.
It is.
So Core will make his attack. I hope at advantage.
Yeah, yourself. She is unaware of you.
Sure. This is improvised,
It is.
so I don't get my proficiency to this. So I'm going to make this just a flat dexterity check.
Correct.
We'll roll at advantage. I will blow inspiration.
It's rough, buddy.
Well, that certainly is. Because I've already used everything here. Seeing if there is anything that I have in my back pocket that I can do. Seeing does not look like it.
All right. In which case, the vial of holy water smashes against the grate and will miss its target.
Unfortunate.
That will whisper creepy things towards the old lady.
I like to imagine this becomes a whisper fight.
She says your cookies are store-bought.
You dance like a hooker.
No.
She fails by 1.
She pops up, she takes 8 psychic damage and has to use her reaction to move her speed away from Yelena. Unfortunately, Reddy uses my reaction, so I can't swing at her as she goes, but...
Which is real funny, because I guess the way is now heading right. So, sure.
I mean, she loses line of
There's a
sight,
left.
so I don't even know. We don't know what this tunnel looks like.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, it's one of those. She is just going to move out of sight. For the sake of it, before we get to the bottom where I just have Estella shoot another shadow, Core, you do see that the hag is right beneath it, fleeing from Yelena's direction.
Okay.
Right.
I'm going to assume that Core had to break stealth and had to slide down all the way off of the wall
Yeah,
here. To
yeah. At the
make
end of
this-
your turn, you're now at the bottom of the building.
Okay. So she's right there.
Oh, that was weird. I rolled the dice for Estella. That's incorrect.
All right. I will be right back.
Yeah. As I said, I'm just gonna finish up Estella, and then we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Okay.
And Estella is going to acid splash this shadow because we're really just trying to figure out what they don't like.
The secret is all of the elementals.
It really, really is. And the funny thing is, the shadow will fail the con save against acid splash and take the full damage. And Estella has discovered the secret. They aren't resistant to acid.
Which is really weird.
Yeah, right. And that shadow's dead. Leaving only one shadow left, and then we're gonna be back at Core. So, since we're back at the top of the initiative with Core, who has now run off to go perform a very quick errand, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. And we're gonna come back, 8:50 past the hour, roughly, something like that. And then hopefully Dawn will have returned and we can continue. If not, we'll just chit chat, fill the air a little.
Yeah,
Be right back.
Right.
Okay, be back. I need to get a countdown thing. That'd be nifty.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm just hanging out here playing with my soundboard.
Oh no.
Like chainsaws. Barely you. I know why.
Comes in loud and clear on this end.
Perfect. Yeah, because I have the actual thing, the application turned down very low on my end because it plays a tone whenever you turn the voice mod on and off, and it's very loud. So I put it down.
Can't believe the hag has a chainsaw.
It was really my secret all along.
She was about to chainsaw Yelena if Yelena didn't get that spell off.
You're not entirely wrong. I have a high-level hag in my setting that has the ability to rip off people's faces.
Sounds fun. Does she keep them?
Yes, actually. And she uses them to make constructs out of them.
Nice, nice.
Very effective.
What's the verdict on people who had their faces ripped off?
They can live, they just don't have a face.
Is
You
it
know.
like just like flesh, or is it
Yeah,
like
yeah.
skin kind of grown over but no features?
Like they'd eventually have new skin regrow, but yeah, it would be horrific. It would be as terrifying as you imagine it is.
Oh no, Don's posting food pics.
Oh,
It's
but
become
that's-
Instagram.
I badly need the sandwich in my life.
It does look really good.
And also just because, man, I moved to the West Coast like a half a decade ago, and they just don't know how to make sandwiches over here, man. It's killer. I came from the Southeast, and you can hit a sandwich shop up on like every corner, and they know what they're doing. Over here, it's like you got to try to look for it, and even when you do, like sometimes they get it right, and other times it's just like, yeah, this is a sandwich.
Yeah, it feels pretty hit and miss for pretty much every food in my city.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that.
There's some good places though, so that's what matters.
Mm-hmm. But I really can't keep looking at that. I just finished eating a cinnamon roll, and it's like that cinnamon roll, while it was delicious, just doesn't compare to like having a good like steak and cheese melt. And it's gonna make me struggle to figure out what I want to eat for lunch. Actually, it's like, well, now I've got to compare it against that, and that means I'd have to go out.
Really, Don has just ruined your entire day.
He really, really has. I'm going to kill him when he comes back. But in game, not in real life. I can't claim the other half because we're on the internet, and you can't actually threaten murder people alive. Words? You know what? That didn't make any sense to me, so hopefully that made no sense to anyone else. Nice. I'm gonna make use of a lot of these, I think.
Gonna be fun.
What does this sound like? Nice.
Shotgun?
Yep. These all seem appropriate. Yeah, they have soundboards, and this one's just Inferno, so it's like a mixture of devil things and then just Doom.
Can't believe we're
Really?
gonna go to the 9 hells and meet up with Doom Guy.
It's just the Vengeance Paladin. All he's ever been.
Yeah. Got a lot of fancy knickknacks though.
Hey man, artificers exist. Guns are a thing. Not crazy. The chainsaw's probably actually the most outrageous reach.
I am back to sitting down now.
No, perfect. Wow, I'm impressed. That was actually only about 10 minutes.
Yeah. It is literally first left off of the highway, which I live on the edge of,
I am back.
and then go down to the end of that road, which is not even very far, like 3 houses equivalent. Take a right, and then I'm on the same road as the cupcakery.
Oh, nice.
Go in, get the food, get my steak sandwich that has cheese and plantains.
Now he's just
ricotta.
rubbing it in.
Yeah, please stop bragging.
I like my food. Look, I like this place a lot.
Yeah, I like my food too, and places like that don't exist where I live. So stop while you're ahead, please.
Dude,
I can't even get plantains on this coast. Are you kidding me?
I'm eating fried chicken and scrambled eggs right now with a garlic buffalo ranch.
That's such a weird combination.
It works so well, though.
But it doesn't sound.
It is
I mean,
really weird.
I mean, other than I have an intolerance to eggs, so like, other than that, that actually doesn't sound bad.
Yeah. I mean,
But also,
yeah,
just I mean,
buffalo
fried
ranch on
chicken.
Oh my. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Like fried chicken with anything goes well. Like, let's just be let's be honest. But now that everyone's back and clearly eating, let's distract you by having monsters fight you. Speaking of monsters fighting you, probably a man with a mouthful of sandwich. Or yep.
Of course, stares down. Yep, the hag that is making his way over to her, and Core makes sure he has part of his sandwich ready to share. We'll defeat the enemies with love and friendship, clearly.
Well, you said steak, cheese, and plantains, so I think she's into it.
Okay. I can actually see she's coming.
Yeah. You can hear the heavy footfalls, and there's an instance where you see she's very clearly fleeing eastward through the pipe.
All right. Bonus action. I'm gonna stealth.
Okay. Pretty good.
And I'm gonna try to beam her with my sling.
All right, sure.
Swing, bada, swing. 18.
That'll hit.
And let me roll 3d6.
Mhm.
Fire damage.
Okay. Player. Math. Math is hard. Should be this. You managed to work the fiery sling bullet between the grate, catching her in the shoulder as she is in the process of running through.
Does she like make any audible sound of pain or whatever?
Honestly, no, not really. It strikes her and just powers right through.
Okay. She just takes it and keeps going like a
Yeah,
champ.
basically, yeah. She just runs it off.
All right. In that case, Core is going to be very brash and probably stupid.
Sounds like Core.
That's how Core is. Core is going to, after doing that, I think he's gonna stand right over the grate.
Bold choice. Okay.
And I don't have any other actions here because I've already used my bonus of my action here.
All right.
So that's what Core does.
All right. Yelena.
We saw Cord shoot down, so
Yeah.
we're gonna rush over, pulling out our bow and just kind of ignite the tip of the arrow and take a shot.
You can see the form of the hag down in the grate. You successfully shoot an old lady in the back.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's what I've always wanted to do.
Perfect.
don't think there's anything I can really do with a bonus action. I think she's gonna stay put and just try to keep an eye on which way she goes if she doesn't go straight up.
Okay.
That is her turn.
All right. Habanero.
Hey, that's me.
Yep,
So-
put the chicken down.
No, I just finished digging actually. All right. So I'm gonna have Nara move up. We are going to. We'll just do a regular swing. We're not gonna add any modifiers right just yet because we
Crazy.
might have an opportunity to do something here.
Okay.
And then we are going to swing.
Wing bad about it.
Yep. Oh, just
It's-
16 hit. Awesome. That is 10 slashing damage.
Okay. The
5
shadow.
because of.
Hmm?
I was gonna say 5 because of Raven Feeblement, right? Or did I get another chance to save? I think I did.
It's at the end of your turn.
No, I mean, okay, yeah,
Yeah. But don't worry. Even with it active, you still disperse it.
awesome. Okay. Let me check. That was okay. I'm going to use. Okay. We'll use the move edict to dash with narrow. It only doubles what you have left, right? If I'm not mistaken, with it, or is it just like your base on top?
Well,
Like, you just get-
I always, yeah, I tend to always have it add the base on top. It's supposed to double your remaining movement, but I always add the base because it's usually a matter of semantics when you use the thing that lets you dash anyway. So had you done the move edict first, you would have been
Yeah.
able to still do it, right? So it's,
Yeah.
I usually just
Okay.
say it adds an additional amount of your base walking speed.
Okay. I'm gonna get within 50 feet.
From
Okay.
my understanding, it gives you movement equal to your
Yeah.
speed, and your speed never changes. It's how much movement you have left that changes, right?
Oh, that's fair.
Yep.
Fair.
All right. And then I'm going to use last second level spell slot. I want to try to catch Soul Shackles again on her.
Okay.
All right.
What did I say?
Why is it saying DC 11? Yeah. So, DC
Anyway, isn't
16.
it? Is it a strength save or okay? It's a strength save.
Yeah.
We really got to go edit that spell. It's giving us a lot of.
Yeah, I don't know why it's pulling from that, because like this, like there's an actual spell slave like DC like on the like the sheet and all that, like pulling from.
The spell itself might not be tied to your spell modifier. It might just be blank.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's an easy enough fix.
Yeah.
And it's Haba's DC of 16, right?
Yep.
Okay. She fails.
Oh.
Lengths of soul energy spring out from Narrow down into the piping through the grates and wrap around her arms and neck and hold her in place.
All right. And then I'll finish my turn by just having Haba start jogging over as well.
Okay. Super casually. And since it's really no longer a secret at this particular juncture.
You've
Surprise,
fallen for a
she was right there the whole
Scooby-Doo-esque
time.
trap.
Well, Hag doesn't like this at all. The Hag is the Hag is going to do a Hag thing, unfortunately. Which is the Hag, bound by these soul shackles, is going to, with her hands, literally claw open what looks like a shifting, wavering void of shadow, and then it's going to consume her. She's going to blink out of existence.
Can she do that out of restrain?
Yep.
Oh.
I'll just explain out of character, because I know people who've seen Hags know she's used her etherealness ability, which allows her to step into the ethereal plane, aka Scath. Which separate. She's now basically on a different plane of existence until she decides to return. Which she could decide to re-engage, or she could decide, you know, this seems like a bad idea to come back. But she's effectively sequestered herself. Stella's going to.
Okay.
I think Stella's going to get people closer, a little closer together. So we're back at the top of the initiative. The hag has removed herself temporarily from this scenario. If you guys want to have an open dialogue in a couple of, like, you know, quick heartbeats, you may proceed to do so.
I think Yelena just speaks up and says, do we have any way to get her?
Would I know, given my background, would I know other ways of either getting back in and out? Because I was there for...
Yes, but you were sent there by a man with uncontrollable wild magic.
True.
And you never found your own way out.
Yeah.
Which is the short explanation is it's not a simple matter to get in and out of Scath.
Got it.
It usually requires someone of moderately powerful magic or an item of some kind, all of which are pretty rare.
Okay. Okay. We don't have really, I don't have anything to really add here then. This moment.
Oh, I'm muted. Cor,
Awkward.
just kind of shrugs and says, I got nothing. We could try the bowl. Just kind of just gives a shrug. Referencing that unknown magic item that we didn't get identified.
Want a Hail Mary? Let's activate this weird thing we don't know what it does.
Sure. Cor will like look at this, I'll pull it out, and why not? I'll activate it and I'll ask for a D100 here. Could use my I don't know what this is gonna I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe it'll be something good. Maybe it won't. Who knows?
Okay. Could go wrong.
So, everything.
Yeah,
I could roll another. I could roll another one.
Yeah. In which case the pearl just collapses and crushes you all.
Wow, that would be very. I mean,
Well, you said it now, so it has to happen if it happens.
has to happen if it happens.
1% chance of a TPK.
1% chance of a TPK.
You were all very accepting of that.
Absolutely. Goodbye, Cor. I loved you. 45.
And who to thunk it? Nothing happens.
What does the item do? Let me just. I hope it like literally just like is like a spark cosmetic item. It wasn't actually making water down there. It was just there. It's a magic mouth.
Nothing happens. the ball is there. It's sloshing water. Nothing happens. Bowling and hoping doesn't do anything.
I mean,
We
looks
haven't
great.
gotten it identified. We don't know how to activate it.
Or spend an hour with it. There's a command word none of you know.
No.
I think. What are these grates? Are they like bolted to the floor? Like, don't ever move these kind of grates? Are they?
You would have to unbolt them to get inside, but the grating is wide enough for pretty much everybody except Narrow to get.
Okay, so we can kind of climb down into this.
Yes, you can all get down there except Narrow. And Narrow could, but he'd have to get out of his armor.
I think Yelena's gonna hop down to where the hag disappeared and just kind of be ready.
Then do me a solid, Yelena, and roll a perception check while you're down there.
'21.
Oh, really good. When you enter into the space, getting yourself ready, drawing one of your scimitars and kind of regarding the area where the hag was, further to the west, so over here, you can see there is the small form of something leaned up against the interior of the pipe.
She is going to make her way over there.
Okay. It doesn't take you very long once the light of your scimitar begins to illuminate everything better that you can see a slightly bruised, young, dark-skinned child with a bloody hand that's currently curled up against her her white dress, standing in the pit. She seems to be breathing a bit heavily and is unconscious. But this is most certainly the young girl you were looking for.
Yelena is going to grab her and just call out, "I've found her. Help me up." Because 6 strength Yelena is not going to be able to climb up the wall carrying a child.
Hold on. I'm coming.
I got rope.
Yeah. Let's go help out. Yeah. I'm gonna pull her out. Even with the reduced strength, still strong.
Yeah, remember, 10 strength is average. Anything above that is gravy. That being said, you all sort of have this collaborative effort to pull the child up and out. She is in pretty rough shape. But after a long moment, there doesn't seem to be any reappearance of the hag.
Just in case any of the injuries are physical, I'm going to cast a healing word on her.
Okay.
Healing for 7 hit points.
Okay. A lot of the bleeding on her right hand ceases. She still remains unconscious.
I think I want to do something that seems in character. I want to spend a charisma token. I think Yelena has seen Priya before.
Okay.
I think maybe back when Yelena was in Kartul still, and she was trying to do what she could to put a stop to the slavery there. I think at some point she came across whoever owned Priya beforehand, before she was brought here, and tried to free her but failed.
All right. I'm into it.
And I think Yelena's just recognizing the face now that she's actually seeing her rather
In
than just
person.
being described.
Mm-hmm. She rests there, leaned up against the cold floor of the octopus arena. She's seen better days. She's been better fed before. And while the bleeding on her hand has ceased, you can tell that from the damage you saw, the remnants you saw down below, that her right hand, her fingernails are pretty banged up. She's missing one on one finger, where she was dragged away by the hag. And then there's very obviously a welt on her head where it looks like she got thumped pretty hard.
We need to get her to somebody with proper healing.
Yep. I would say that, I don't know, maybe she's concussed. Then again, I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
It isn't too long, about a minute or two after this discovery, that you watch as about a dozen or so of the Octopus Arena guards arrive, led by Captain Deldrak, who sees the observing situation. We arrived as soon as we heard the whistle. We gathered forces and made our way down here. Have you dispatched the threat?
No. The hag was here. She got away. She pulled some hokey pokey nonsense and poofed to what do they call it? Scath. We found Priya though, but she's in pretty bad shape. We need a like doctor as soon as we can. We used healing magic, but she ain't waking up.
We have a medic on one of the higher floors. We called them in.
Right. That makes sense. You guys probably have somebody for the games, right?
Correct. Several. We didn't have any staff here, but it doesn't matter. Someone grab the girl and follow, please.
Julian's gonna carry her.
And surrounded on the other side by a dozen or so of these guards, you are escorted back up to the main first floor, led to the moving stone room, and you are elevated up to one of the higher floors yet again, where you are brought into a small infirmary. And by small, I mean there are 16 beds, and one older gentleman. He appears to be human, tan skin, a bit on the thin side, very wrinkled, with just like this kind of white puffed out hair on the sides and the top of his head. He wears thin gold rimmed glasses. And he's sitting there with a white robe over his shoulders, just kind of on a stool, just with his hands folded, politely humming a song to himself when you all sort of walk in. You know, the classic, Yelena sort of elbows the swinging emergency room door open, holding a child in her arms. To which he immediately sort of, wakes up and is now paying earnest attention. Well, if you would bring the child over here, lay her down on the table, I can see to her.
Yelena will briskly walk, to say the least, and lay her down.
I think Gore trails behind, as he usually does, but he's still just keeping an eye out because, I don't know, this seems really convenient.
Yeah.
Anything else?
twins are also on guard.
Where's Hatner?
He catches up with you, like during your retreat. He was in one of the interior hallways. Not just out, not the outside area where the pearl was, but just nearby on the inside. You didn't see him for the duration of the fight.
He just ends up being the hag.
Oh no!
This entire time. It's like, haha, I
You
got
guys,
you.
I mean, you guys don't know in character, but out of character, hags can bully me.
No.
Unless I got my unless my sizing this little this little brat up was wrong, which it could have been. I mean, I don't know. No mechanic is surefire.
Yep.
I
Anyway.
think Core tries to keep pace with Patner when he like actually starts showing up just to see how he's doing, and Core actually like looks concerned. Yeli's got this, so the least Core can try to do is try to make sure that Hatner stays calm and composed. Which,
It's fairly obvious Hatner is a bit shaken up at the appearance of the hag. Since he didn't know where Priya was, he thought if the hag was distracted with you guys, that maybe she was nearby, so he spent his time trying to find her. And then eventually will admit to the fact that he was too afraid to fight the hag face to face.
and nothing wrong with being afraid. I'm just glad you're okay, okay?
Yeah. Just hope Priya's alright.
And we're gonna make sure she's gonna be fine. Don't you worry about that. And you know, I'm proud of you for sticking with us through this. You're doing a pretty good thing. Sticking by your friends and really going through this. It doesn't matter if you couldn't face them then. You know, you're here, and that's what matters.
Well, someone's got to keep an eye out for these kids. Meanwhile, on the operating table,
The doctor pulls out a scalpel, begins cutting the
No.
he pulls out a chainsaw. I just have to make a small incision, right?
I think Yelena wants to make. Yelena is sure that this guy's trained at everything, but she wants to make sure he does the best job he can do. He's gonna cast Enhance Ability for Wisdom on the doctor.
Oh, okay. Sure. He's
Where'd you
gonna-
go to school at? Where'd you get your PhD from?
I want to just think that he's having flashbacks to his his master's essay or something like that, and he just stares at the screen blankly. He's like,
I was
no,
honestly-
not again.
I was expecting war doctor just gets a flashback. Just some nice little war PTSD.
just fireballs and
operating on
lightning
this child.
bolts going off everywhere.
Yelena
like,
cares enough to
terrifying.
cast Enhance Ability, but not to give the doctor a bardic inspiration. I see how it is.
Hey, those are for hitting things.
Well, I mean,
These are my murder dice.
the good news is his medicine check was a 3 and then an 18, so it paid off.
Yeah, oh, yo.
Naturally that is. So with bonuses, it's much higher.
Mhm.
He takes a moment, but he works very quickly. Doing a head-to-toe check of everything with Priya, checking her eyes, constantly monitoring her pulse. And it becomes pretty clear, as a lot of assumptions were made, that the greatest threat to her life right now was the head trauma she suffered. Which there are a lot of things that are very dangerous about it, but the swelling, or at least supposed swelling, would be the largest issue. And none of you are combat medics or seasoned physicians, but you watch a very interesting use of magic, which is hard to actually notice, but the doctor will explain it as he's doing it, so you're not left in the dark. Which you will see around this man's neck is a holy symbol. And anyone's free to make a religion check if anyone is interested.
I'll take that.
Sure.
What's a religion?
I think that's something you put on your sandwich.
Yes.
Religion flavored chip ship.
Is
Sounds
mayonnaise
fantastic.
an instrument?
Is a character sheet something you can actually open? I'm gonna roll d20 and I'll add my stuff later. Oh no! That's not how that was supposed to go! Sans modifiers, because my sheet is being the most absolute terrible thing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be a 13. I don't think I'm proficient in religion.
I mean, I'll double check for you, but a 10 is still passing enough to at least know who the holy symbol belongs to.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll check for the sake of it. Yep, you're right. +3. It is a holy symbol that it looks like a swirling whirlpool with just a crescent that cuts through it. It is the holy symbol of Marin, the Tempest. And he begins doing this process where it's very clear he's working a magical spell as the holy symbol begins to glow.
I too like the windfish.
Now, a lot of the problems that we often face, especially here in the arena, is that many people will suffer blunt force trauma. It's quite common. One of the biggest issues, especially with concussions, tends to be the swelling in the brain. Well, with a finite enough touch and a little bit of guidance from the Ocean Mother, we can reduce it without it being any other particular issues by adjusting the flow of blood. We can reduce the swelling rapidly and then heal the damaged and affected areas and lower the risk of this injury substantially. And it's a very weird, it's slightly hard thing to follow, because you mostly just see him moving his hands and not a whole lot of changes. But it is something that people with sharp perception would catch, which would be Estella and Yelena in this particular instance. That you can see the coloration of Priya's cheeks and forehead shifting ever so slightly as you're watching kind of like the blood being manipulated in and around the face. And after about 30 seconds or so of that, he drops that and changes to another spell, which is much more common and obvious, which is a somewhat powerful Cure Wounds, which he then basically takes both of his hands and on either side of her head, channels the healing magic. But he draws it out for a little bit longer, kind of doling it out in pulses over the course of about another 30 seconds. Once he is done and he pulls his hands away, you see that Priya, her breathing has returned to normal, and she has a moment where her eyes flutter open. And she kind of looks around the room. And then there's a flash of fear when she sort of realizes what she's waking up from. And then sees Hatner's face, and she calms down a bit. And then she tried to get up, but it was very clear she tried to get up, but was so exhausted she fell back down onto the flat of the table.
You're safe now.
No damn hags are gonna get your hands on you today. We found you. Yes, and now you must take your time to rest. Do you have a place for this young lady to go to, or do we need to keep her under observation?
We have a place that we can take her.
Very well. my work here is done, as far as I can tell. Captain, if you have need of me further, summon me again. And he just kind of like respectfully nods to everyone, and then once he's done, like literally does it to everybody, and then leaves. Priya blinks several times. Now, finally, things settling and catching back up as she's observing everything around her. What happened?
The hag almost got you, but we managed to chase her off.
I got something you can probably snack on, maybe, I think. Or I think she does, maybe, if you're hungry. You probably don't feel all that good. I got some water if you want it.
Estella will produce a bag of chicken chips. You don't know where from, but she had them.
I know. This is what I was banking on.
Secret magic item that Tyre gave her at the
Mhm.
beginning of the campaign. It's an infinite supply of chicken chips. They have no nutritional value.
Yeah, to an extra dimensional plane that they are just produced infinitely.
That's our final boss. Whoever's producing these chicken chips has to be the final confrontation. We find out that the chicken chips are actually made from children. That's why the hags are stealing them away.
You've been eating them all along.
Yeah.
So the real villain in the entire time was just capitalism.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't you know what this campaign is?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you miss the intro, Doc? I feel like that was
Right.
Cor says, I'm Cor. That's Yelena. That's Habanero. That's Estelle. And we're friends with Pops. He wanted us to find you. You see Hatner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just glad you're okay.
I feel like I woke up from a nightmare. I'm still pretty sleepy.
Don't go to sleep just yet. Think you can stay awake for a little bit longer until we can get you somewhere safe? It won't be too much longer.
I can try.
Yelena's gonna pull out her water skin and just kind of hold it up in a way like where she doesn't have to actually lift it herself, but she can take a drink if she wants to.
Yelena begins waterboarding the child to keep them awake.
She will take a couple of sips of water. We should probably get going. Yeah.
Yes.
Personally, don't want that hag getting any funny ideas about coming back right away. Maybe bringing friends.
I gotta say, I got a lot of questions about this, but we can talk about that. We can talk about that pretty soon, I hope. Let's get going.
Yelena will kind of look at Priya, just ask, do you mind if I carry you?
She has a moment, like, looking at you. Dice roll. And just after just a second of considering it, just nods. She agrees to it.
She'll pick her up.
While your entire guard entourage did not remain, the captain has, just kind of standing near the door the entryway to the infirmary, just kind of overseeing. When you lift Priya, the Black Dragonborn will step forward. Will you be needing a carriage to your destination?
Yes.
Very well. I will have one summoned for you immediately.
Thank you for all of your help.
Of course. He turns and then will lead you guys back out the way you came. Eventually ending up in the stone lift. We arrive back on the first floor. And a guard is there, which he, whispers to. And you can tell the guard turns and runs off towards the front entrance at a jog. Presumably to summon your carriage. When you eventually catch up, there was a guard there, and you can see that he's currently talking to a carriage driver. And it is, as you're approaching, you hear a voice bellow out from behind you. Now, don't you be strangers too often, Plenty of games to see. I've got seats if you would like to come partake anytime soon. And Tarek Samund is out behind you, walking in your general direction. Large strides, back perfectly straight. Very regal in appearance.
I think Yelena will speak up and just say, I might take you up on that. I feel like I might have a sudden appreciation for the sport.
I'll be sure to name drop you the next time I'm here, which maybe after we get a moment to breathe.
You always
Think
want to catch a game. Yep.
Good. And with the good, as the O's draw, you just watch as like the elongated face will stretch into almost like a shark-like smile.
1 second.
Thank you again for all of your help.
Anytime. I would never wish harm to come upon a child. And at this point, he's more or less arriving. And if you recall, he's a very tall individual. So when he gets there, he's looking down upon Yelena and Priya. Of which Priya is a little hesitant because he's very intimidating. And you see the muscles pull for him to start smiling, but then he quells it, realizing that his smile could be predatory to a lot of people due to his physical appearance. Next time, you're more than welcome to come visit. If you need a place to stay, all you have to do is ask this time. That well, little one? Priya very quietly nods. Very quickly nods, please get me away from the situation. I'm a little uncomfortable. This man scares me. You will watch the captains approach the carriage, trading off with his guardsmen. You see him hand the carriage driver a small bag of coins, like a fistful. And you see the carriage driver open it up, close it very quickly, stash it somewhere on the carriage, and begin nodding emphatically. Yep. Okay. Gotcha, boss. Well, let's not keep this child waiting. See, we have procured a carriage for you to take you wherever you need to go in the city. We've paid the driver handsomely to make sure that he gets you there on time.
Thank you. I hope that we can see each other again soon.
Well, I will come and endeavor to find a performance. And he walks up and opens the door to the carriage.
in place of a full bow, since Yelena is carrying, she'll
Mhm.
kind of give like a half head nod, kind of, and she'll step inside.
You all get on board the carriage. And he closes the door behind you, still looking at you through the carriage door window because of his prodigious height. We'll give one last nod, and then pat the side of the carriage twice, and you'll feel it lurch forward. And you are in the confines of a very well-off carriage. It is not a Pegasus flight carriage. It is not magical, but it is very plush and comfortable. The interior is scented. There are drinks available, water and juice mostly. And you are headed on your way back towards the first district, presumably. That being said, lest I be presumptuous, where are you going?
Yeah, I think the orphanage. No, I think we want to bring Priya with us to find the other children, just in case more ag show up.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea. I like that plan.
That when the worst comes to worst, she'll be there, and we'll give her a crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
She'll be ready.
Yep. Or a knife. But why not both?
We're gonna train her see, I was watching the new Mortal Kombat movie, and I thought, if she gets her arms torn off tragically, we'll just replace them with metal ones.
Yeah.
Yep. Fair.
She has this uncanny ability to always find her way. We just need to adjust that slightly to finding the tip of her knife into somebody's heart.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, she got away from the hag the first time here. Sure, she was not awake for it, but she managed to do it. That's her superpower.
Mm-hmm. Well,
On the way there, Core makes sure that she's not going to fall asleep during the ride if he can help it.
it takes a good bit of coaxing.
Yeah, Core's just gonna keep her focused on something.
About 15 minutes in the carriage, leaving, as you're heading into the heart of the 4th district, heading north away from the Octopus Arena, which is on the outskirts. It is very easy for most of you to notice, as you look out the windows, on both sides of the road, you see a group of individuals clad in green cloaks, about 8 of them, heading south.
Heading south.
Where you came from.
Are they going to back up the hag, or are they going to kill every guard in the Octopus Arena?
That would be really loud to do that. Like, that wouldn't be smart. Like, what purpose would it serve to butcher them all at this point when we already have, the child? I mean, I have lots of questions pertaining to things. Who knows if this is even, who we came here to look for. I mean, wild speculation aside. But I think on the way, when this is seen, do we all see this, or is it just Yelena?
Yeah, no, you all see it. It's very hard to miss. There's just so many, and if you glance out the window during that time frame, you can catch it and go, "Oh yeah, we all know what that is."
Core says, so I take it they're not a competing team. I guess now might be a good time to bring it up. This seems really more simple than I thought it was going to be. Do you know what I mean?
Not really. We've had to look around for these children quite a bit.
They, yeah, I know, but why was he kind of like pauses as he kind of stamp things on this a little bit. That wasn't the same hag that we saw before, right?
Nope.
Did it look like the one that was in Hatner's drawing?
Nope.
That was a different one from the other ones we'd seen, Yelena.
It means there's at least 3.
Yeah. Do you think they're the weakest of the batch?
It's possible.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, they couldn't have just been in the sewer hiding there, right? Why wouldn't they just leave?
Well, Priya wasn't very far from where she disappeared. Perhaps she's not able to bring the children with them when they flee that way.
That didn't stop the one from trying to drag Hatner through the wall.
I'm not sure. Maybe the adjutants will have a better idea of the limits of their power. Maybe what Hava and Nero did to her to stop her from moving meant she couldn't grab Priya before running.
Priya, I know that your head's probably hurting, but what's the last thing that you really remember before we found you? Just try to do your best to remember. It's okay if you don't.
She puts a hand up onto her head where the welt was, and thinks out loud. There were a lot of people. I think there was a game, and I was kind of watching them. And then I remember what Hatner told me, and I went back to go to sleep. That's it.
Don't remember being attacked at all?
She shakes her head. No.
Do you remember having bad dreams?
That she shakes her head yes to.
Well, I think we can figure this out with a little bit of help. For now, we should just be thankful that things turned out the way they did.
Well, with Priya here, we have only 2 more to find.
Fortunately, they're on opposite ends of the city.
Yes, but they're more likely to be safer.
You did a good job, Hatner.
Could have been better. I also could not have been a coward.
You were able to act when it was most important in keeping these kids safe.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep beating myself up about it, but not as badly because we keep finding them all. That's something. Said only 2 more to go.
We're gonna do our best. I think we can do it.
The problems with the last 2 is that they're in locations where they're going to be really hard to find. That was the point.
Means we got time.
Unfortunately, they're both very independent. I doubt they followed my rules entirely. So I don't know where they could be anymore. The good news is, at least for Ellery, it'll be pretty easy to fire into fire-breathing child. Ask around enough.
Discord froze, so when it unfroze, I heard something about a fire-breathing child.
Yep. Hatner was making comments about Ellery, who makes she panhandles as an entertainer.
Yeah, the halfling girl, right?
Mm-hmm. He was making comment on how it wouldn't be hard to find someone like her. You know, a child that can breathe fire. She stands out.
I think Yulina's going to kind of shift away from the conversation for now, not wanting things to get too heavy in front of children.
Yeah,
And it's going to try to distract Priya and keep her awake by just, conjuring a bit of fire, having it dance and take different shapes.
Mm-hmm. Make a performance check with me, or for me, rather. Brain, words, hard.
I'm gonna blow inspiration.
Oh yeah, just the casual 27. No big deal.
I still have 3 of them.
It captivates her. She's completely enthralled, and the tired sagging on the eyes that you were noticing earlier has substantially subsided. You do a great job of keeping her engaged. Anything else that wants to be touched upon during this carriage ride back to the 1st District? The rough 3 hours it's going to take you?
Not that I can think of.
Corb says, whiffed on my holy water. That's gonna be expensive. So, Haba, Nero.
Yeah. Hi.
Just how much coin are you walking around with that you were able to afford this fish?
Let's see, how much do we have left? We've only got about 45 gold on us now.
So what, do you just like casually walk around with that much in your pockets?
Not always. We broke into the savings a bit for this whole adventure. We won't be able to do that kind of stuff anytime soon again. We went through a lot of our savings.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you're You're full of surprises. I mean, you usually are.
Yeah.
Um, is everyone feeling okay about that? I don't know. Those weird apparition things.
Since that's being brought up. After about an hour of riding in the carriage, everyone's strength would return to them.
Oh, I'm starting to feel better about that.
No,
that was.
no one's feeling funny about that, right?
I'm better now.
I felt myself weaken somewhat at their touch, but I'm feeling better now.
Sorry about what happened there in the moment, Yelena. I didn't really know. I was trying to get the drop on them, and I thought I could use the cover of your dancing to help me out. It kind of silly in the afterthought of everything here, because I didn't think I should have known that you weren't going to stay in one place. I don't really do well when there's a wide open space like that. It's really hard for me to kind of get an edge. I'm really out of my element in places like that.
Well, unfortunately, I thought I could dispatch the creature that was there, but my strikes didn't seem to connect fully.
I don't know. I didn't want to make you think that I was trying to use you as a shield or anything like that.
I understand that you were just playing to your own strengths. Your height being one of those strengths.
I mean, I wish I was taller, but I mean, I so wish I had, money or food or I don't know. I can't remember the name of it. It's like tinted glass for your eyes. Anyway, whatever. Don't worry about it.
Glasses?
Yeah, but to block like bright light or something.
Like the sun?
I guess. Anyway, not important. But what is important is I don't know. I just didn't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm glad you're doing okay, though. Glad both of you are doing okay.
Oh, thanks.
I think that's all Core has to say.
All right. If there is no further deliberation, we will have you arrive outside the orphanage as the sun is setting. So it is about 4 o'clock.
Yelena will step out carrying Priya, look around the courtyard, see if anything's happening outside.
There are currently kids playing. The younger group. You can see Rain in her atypical place on the stoop watching.
Okay. Just gonna start walking towards the door.
Okay. Rain will give you a casual wave from her sitting position. And then, very obviously, after kind of noticing, oh, you're carrying a child, will stand up from her spot and actually take a step back so she's higher up on the next step of the stoop to give herself a little bit more height. Well, Welcome back. Good to see you're still alive. And with company.
Yes, this is Priya.
Priya, nice to meet you. I'm Rain. You'll be meeting my other friend, Amethyst, shortly, I'm sure. We take care of people here. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you need. And allow me to say that nothing will hurt you while you're here. And if something tries, she hefts the maul that's sitting on the stoop next to her, which is roughly her size. You can bet that I'll make sure they pay for it. I'll turn them into a pancake. And then eat them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Yelena, you're not entirely sure how, Priya receives that. She's like half between uncertainty and trying not to laugh. Like a weirdly uncomfortable position to be in.
Mhm.
I think this is funny, but at the same time, spooky. But almost as if on cue, Amethyst appears through the front door. Oh, well, we have yet another one joining us. Please, all of you, come inside. Let's tend to our new friend, shall we?
Sounds good.
Amethyst will escort you inside and immediately lead you to a room on the first floor to the left. There is one other name on the door outside currently, which is Bradley, and then there is an empty space below it. And she just opens the door, and there's no one inside, but there are two bunk beds in the room, all neatly made. There's a table with a bunch of paper scrawled on it and a bunch of scribbles you can see. Well, we have a space for you already. And she will gesture to the right bunk bed. You can have the top or the bottom bunk. It's your choice. And she just points to the bottom one.
Elena will set her down there. She was a bit injured when we found her. She's been looked after by a healer, but you might want to keep an eye out.
Amethyst will kneel down to get closer to Priya and just kind of like look at her. You look fine. Is anything hurt? And Priya just kind of takes a moment where she like actually has to like sort of like poke and touch stuff and shakes her head eventually. No. Okay. Well, if anything does, you just come let me know and we'll take care of it. All right. And Amethyst smiles. My name is Amethyst, but you can call me Amy if you like. And Priya nods. This will be your bed. We've got new clothes for you to change into. Are you hungry? Priya nods. All right, we'll go get you some food. And then after that, we can take you to the bath. And then we can introduce you to all of the other kids here. Priya just keeps nodding. The more that Amethyst is talking to her, the more she seems to be opening up a bit. It seems as if she likes the concept of being around other kids. It's worth noting, Hatner did not come inside. He stayed outside in the front yard. Amethyst is just going to run through the paces that she just kind of noted. She's going to take Priya to the kitchen and make a small meal for her. And then after that, it's going to take her to the bathhouse to get her cleaned up, have her get changed, and then it's going to take her to the upstairs where the other kids, the older kids, the 9 to 12-year-olds are currently engaged in a lesson. What would any or all of you like to do?
I think Yelena's gonna look at the others and just say, well, what do we want to do today? It's getting dark, but it's still early. We could head out and try to find one of the others.
I think a rest is in order after that, if I'm being honest.
I'm getting a bad feeling about that arena. Like what we saw. I know they could probably handle whatever it is, but I just got this feeling in my gut that something's gonna go bad there, and it's gonna go bad hard.
Do you want to speak with one of the mages and see if they can get a message sent?
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, it's been some time since, but if nobody's here, I mean, we should at least tell, Tarek Core thinks on it as he's like trying to remember the guy's name. Am I saying that right? Tarek. Got it. Besides, I gotta talk with nobody anyway about some building stuff if he's here. Hopefully someone's here. If nothing else, is it on the way?
It could be on the way if we go to the one that's outside the city in that direction.
I'm sorry. What is specifically on the way?
Octopus Arena. It'd
Yeah.
be a little out of the way, I think, but
Yeah, none are really close anymore.
whichever one we go after, if we go after them before, taking a long rest, we'd be basically doing it in the dark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sun is setting, and by the time you guys get anywhere, it will be. When the sun begins to set, you have about an hour more of fading light, and then after that, it's darkness for a very long time.
Something tells me the outside of the city is not very well lit at night.
That would probably be a something that Cora could confirm pretty well.
Yep. A very good and accurate assumption to make. It is not well lit.
Yeah, Cora's probably going to say something to the effect of, well, if we go out, things go bump in the night outside the city. And there ain't much light. I hope you like your cloak and dagger. I think Corey's gonna split away from the group to see if he can find any of the mages. Worst comes to worst, maybe he can stop down and we see Star. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta get those ashes.
Oops.
We should probably stop there and talk with the guy who was actually going to associate with Yelena.
Fair heads up. I'll tell this to Yelena, because considering Quill's Yelena's contact, that Quill is only in the Stars store for 2 days out of the week.
Are they consistent 2 days, or?
Yeah, the same 2 days every week. AKA, he is not going to be there today if you go there now.
If Core mentions, going to Quill, Gillen will just say he's not there today.
Well, jeez. I left something back there. You don't think that Star is the type of person that's gonna put up Tiger's ashes for sale and try to pass them off as like, I don't know, like some type of like combative agent, right?
She doesn't strike me as the kind of person to lie about what she's selling. It'd be very bad for business.
It was a joke. I mean, it was a bad joke. It's still a joke.
Jokes are funny. Just walks by and she's gonna walk out the front door.
Oh, okay. Like I said, Court's gonna go try to find one of the mages here.
Mm-hmm. I suppose make an investigation check.
Sure.
You're becoming increasingly familiar with the orphanage. You do a little circuit. You see Rain, who's still out front. You eventually pass by the kitchen where you see Amethyst with Priya. You find a room upstairs. It's a large open classroom where there is an ashen-skinned woman that wears a hood that is teaching a class on poetry. You do not recognize her at all. But it is in the library, up on the one of the balconies on the second floor in the library. When you enter in, he's very hard to miss. The shoulder-length, white-haired individual that is referred to as Nobody. Currently looking for a book.
Of course, gotta approach him.
His stance has not changed. He continues looking for his.
Hey. Need help looking for something?
Very flatly in your head, you hear the word no.
Okay. Well, I just let you know that we got another one of the kids.
Wonderful news.
Uh-huh. Listen, I know that I keep asking you about things, but this one's related to everything that's going on, right? You know about the strawmen, right?
Yes.
And we saw about 8 of them bunched up together. After we got Priya, we were heading on our way out of the Octopus Arena. The contact that we were given, Tarek, it was very helpful. Exceedingly so. He's someone I'd like to see again. But those 8 green-cloaked creeps, they were heading in the direction where we'd left from. And, you know, it's a trip from there to here. And I don't know. I'm just getting a really bad feeling about all this. There's some things that I don't think exactly add up with what happened. Priya's got gaps in her memory from everything, nightmares. She doesn't recall even being chased. And the hag that we dealt with or tried to deal with, she did not match the description any of the other 2. So that makes 3. So I don't really know what's going on. There's a few things I just don't know about, and I was just wondering if you could just maybe send Tarek a message or something here.
Given the distance between the arena and this location, it is likely it is already resolved if that is in fact the case. I will see if he's still alive.
I mean, that would be good. I just, you know, to put me, even if it'll just put me at ease.
As basically as you're saying, his eyes flash over with a glimmer of magic, and then they cease, and he just stands there completely still for a moment. Eric reports that there was an attack on the arena. Several of his guards were wounded, but all of the assailants have been dispatched.
Wounded but not killed.
Those were his words.
Thanks for that.
Hmm.
Core kind of like thinks for a moment as he begins like going through his belongings. Oh no, I feel like I need to give you something for that. Core pauses as he finds that there's the white void staring at him, a rotating circle. Core stares at it and points it at nobody and just says, "What does this mean?" I think it broke. My character sheet's not working.
Oh. Whoosh.
It's loading.
Loading.
I have to refresh the room because Roll20 is terrible.
That's why I'm transitioning.
Foundry?
Yeah.
Thinking about doing the same. Because the issues are pretty bad.
Yeah, they just keep surmounting. It's not getting any better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, like you can complain as much as you want about Roll20's like lack of feature sets, as long as the base of everything worked smoothly enough. But not even the general things you need work well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when your best feature is a community tool that you actively block and try to just dispar, you got problems.
How dare you make our features more rich and useful? Stop it.
You made this? I made this. Well, Cora begins rifling through coin. I think. I have to see what he's.
Reaches up for a book and takes it down off the shelf. As you're doing this, he'll tuck it under an arm and just literally just brush past you. Paying mind with whatever you're doing.
Okay, so you don't want money. Do you want a good book?
I doubt you have anything that you can offer me. I also do not require payment for services rendered in regards to speaking to a contact of my own. I'm responsible for running this orphanage and for several of the financial decisions in regards to the entirety of the 6th district.
And
finance is not something I need help with.
Okay. I do got further business with you, though.
Please make it brief.
I need to buy property in the 6th district. I was directed to you about that.
Then I would suggest you come speak to me during my office hours.
When are your office hours?
Between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. There is an office in the center tower area of the 6th district, closer to the center of the city.
Do I need to make an appointment?
Currently, yes. There are many requests in regards to land.
Okay. Okay, well, how do I go about making an appointment? Do I just say, or do I go in?
Normally, you would visit the offices and speak to someone capable of setting an appointment, but considering you are here and I have a memory that can recall all of my current appointments, I can tell you when I have availability. Do you have a particular time you'd like to make the visit?
Can we try for 2 days from now? And I don't know when are you there? Because I have to account for how long it's going to take for me to go from this district to the 6th.
2 days
say,
from
like,
now,
Yeah.
grade. I have 2 open availabilities on grade, being at 9 a.m. and at noon.
Oh, let's go at noon.
Very well.
Okay. Thanks for that. And I guess we'll talk business when it comes to business.
That would be preferred.
Okay. I really do appreciate it, and thanks for that. You know. Self. Anyway, I guess you could continue walking past me in the same way that you were, I guess.
He actually didn't stop. He's been speaking to you in your head the whole time.
Oh, you just Cora just like keeps having the conversation, just like speaking to the air.
Yep.
Cora's just like, hang on, I think you're cutting off.
Oh no, I think you're going through a tunnel. No, I'm
Oh,
not.
this tunnel's itchy.
Okay. Also, for funsies, in the calendar, I have put your appointment in with nobody on the 27th.
Okay.
What is this, real life? I hate it.
Can't believe this is gonna happen 10 sessions from now.
Probably.
Honestly.
It's gonna happen so many sessions that you forgot, and then we're gonna remember it the next day.
You're gonna miss your appointment. I'm sorry, I'm booked full for the next 2 months.
Cora's just gonna be like, listen here, I'm trying to save kids. Make time for me!
Yelena stepped out the front door, just kind of glancing around, seeing if Hatner's just kind of chilling out there.
He's doing the angsty teen thing where he's leaning up against one of the courtyard walls watching the kids play. But it's very much like out of the way.
I'm 14. I'm not a child anymore.
I think almost pointedly, whether she does it on purpose or not is really unsure even to her, but she's going to kind of take a stance across from him, leaning against and just facing him. And just say, you know, you're allowed to go play with them if you want.
It's really not that. I'm just thinking.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm obviously worried about the other kids. Aliel and Ellery. And if they're safe. The tags seem to be pushing and getting closer and closer every time. But then I also have to imagine that if there are more than 2 hags, if there are more than 3, there could be a dozen, and they could be taking more than just the kids that I know. They have a plan, right? They're doing this for a reason. I think that plan is more concerning. If we don't stop it, they're just going to keep coming anyway. We can't stuff all the city's destitute children inside this orphanage. Something's going to change.
Can't speak for the others, though I have a feeling I know what their answers would be, but this doesn't end when we finished gathering the children that Pox has asked us to. We're not just going to walk away once that's done. Otherwise, it's just going to keep happening.
Well, yeah, I get that. I'm stuck on... We're saving these kids. The time that we're spending saving these kids, what about the other kids that are going missing? The ones that are being swallowed up by these nightmares and chewed up and spit out by these hags. How many piles of bones of children are we going to find because we spent all this time trying to find these kids? There's so many others that are out there that are going to go missing and no one's going to know.
Do you think we should switch our focus?
No. The selfish side of me, of course, still wants to go find my friend. And I wouldn't even know where to begin with the other kids. Asking you around, of course. But then you just start getting information that they haven't seen someone in a while, and then you have to start digging further, and then you might not find anything at all, in which case you wasted all of your time and did nothing. It's just kind of terrible world that we live in, that children can go missing and be taken by monsters in the night, and no one does anything about it. Why isn't this a citywide problem? Why don't people care that kids are on the streets starving to death? Why is this a problem in a city where there's so much wealth that they could afford to house everyone and rebuild this damn place 100 times over, and yet people can't afford food? People live sleeping in ditches. People freeze to death during the winter. Why is this all okay?
It's not okay, but it is the attitude of those with power that they want to keep their power. And a lot of the people with power consider their wealth part of that power, so they're not willing to part with it, even if it means saving the life of children for what they would consider pocket change.
And the city's run by bigger monsters than these hags are.
Likely.
I'm just angry, that's all. I want to make sure my friends are safe. And I want to make sure we can try to save as many of these other kids as we can. And I'm just frustrated at the end of the day that none of these problems are going to change. After a point when we can't keep bringing them here, what do we do? Just tell them to go back out in the streets where more monsters can find them? It's not a solution. It's not a way any kid should live.
You're not wrong, and I don't have the answers. I'm just someone who's out here trying to do very specific things because I have my own reasons for doing them.
You a street kid too?
No. But I didn't have the best upbringing either.
At her turn and looks like just gives you a long regard. Appraising. Very obviously appraising. You were either servant or a slave? Some combination of the two?
Yes.
That didn't always be or look a little bit better after they get out. What did your freedom cost, if you don't mind me asking?
Me personally,
Mm-hmm.
I saw a chance to run, and I took it, and I left everybody that I knew behind.
Mm.
I have no idea if the other slaves, the people I was raised with, are still alive or not.
Do you think about them often?
Yes.
What's stopping you from going back?
The man that I served was very wealthy and powerful, not unlike some of the people that run this city. If I'm not prepared the day that I go back, it will just result in me dying or being put in chains again. That's why I'm here. I heard that this was a place where anybody could do anything if they tried hard enough or got lucky.
How's that working out for you so far?
I've gotten stronger, I think. But it's taken longer than I'd like. I think it's definitely helped the last few days. Working with others is not something that I'm used to.
Tell me about it. Hard to trust anyone. They're not going to have their own selfish needs or wants ruin a well thought out plan. And I beat myself up and say, well, if I would have been a little less prideful, perhaps I could have asked for help sooner and none of these kids would be in this predicament. Could have just come here first.
Maybe, but that still wouldn't have solved the inherent issues.
No, of course not. What is as a kid to do against hags that can haunt you in your dreams? A couple weeks ago, the biggest problem I had to deal with was making sure I didn't get caught stealing from someone. Making sure I could feed myself and what I had extra, feed others with. A lot simpler before I realized these terrible things stalking people in the night. The more I opened up books and started reading about them, the more I realized how terrible of a world we actually live in. Monsters and fiends and all kinds of terrible things that just hide in plain sight in front of people's eyes and steal souls and eat flesh and do all kinds of crazy things.
And yet you're still out here with us, trying to save those kids.
When I saw that hag, I froze. I knew more than anything that Priya was probably nearby. But I lied to myself and said she had to be somewhere over where I was. Couldn't get any closer to that thing. What good will I be when the time comes and we have to fight these things and I just can't bring myself to actually stare at it?
None of us are asking you to fight them like that. But you know this city better than most of us. And if we're going to find out where these hags are and put an end to this, we're going to need your help.
Yeah, I wish I could actually help on that front. I've been thinking about that the whole time. Where would things like this be hiding? Move through walls. Hiding in an old closed-off sewer somewhere beneath the city. They could have broken into one of the nobles' estates and killed everyone inside, and using that as a front. I think it's going to take a lot more work than just walking around and hoping to find them. I'm still going to help.
Probably.
Feeling a lot less useful than I originally thought I would be.
Everybody reaches a point where they realize they can't do everything on their own. You've just reached that point a lot younger than I did.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
A good thing, I think. It means you can grow from there. It wasn't the first time I met Priya.
Oh,
I saw her once before. Back home.
forgive me, I'm still recovering a bit from my sleep deprivation. What exactly? Where are you from again?
Kartor. It's a desert to the south.
You had told me about deserts before. I didn't know where exactly that was. Never seen a desert, don't really know.
It's mostly just sand.
Sounds terrible.
It can be.
Of course. And it gets everywhere.
I saw her after I had been freed and traveling around with a tribe that had taken me in. But before I had decided to come here, I had made up my mind that I wanted to put an end to slavery one way or another. And truth be told, I probably could have gotten her free, but I took the wrong approach. I could have tried to get her out quietly, but I wanted to make a show of it. I wanted to punish those who had done it to her. Needless to say, I didn't succeed. And now she's here.
Got out eventually.
She did, and I'm glad for that. I doubt she recognizes me. It was a few years ago.
Maybe she will in time. That matters.
I don't think it does. Anyway. I just wanted to see how you were doing.
Yeah, just thinking a lot. That's all. Trying to figure out ways to stay useful. Don't let me hold you up anymore. Do we have any plans on going back out tonight?
Probably not tonight. By the time we got anywhere, it would be too dark to really search.
It's probably wise. I think we should probably just start earlier in the morning, though, before the sun's up.
I think that's the best option.
I'm probably gonna go find a bed then.
I'm sure there'll be.
Take a quick nap. Visit with some of the kids and put up for the night.
I'm sure they'll be serving dinner soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
Habanero will probably help out with it.
Well, those two sure are awkward, but they know how to cook.
That they do.
I feel like smash cut the habanero.
Yes. I
The kitchen's on fire.
I feel like someone's talking trash. All those ghost peppers have exploded.
Mm-hmm. In your pocket.
Yeah.
Your pants are on fire.
Here comes the meat elemental. You've done it.
It's just habaneros screaming on the ground because they got pepper juice in their eyes.
Haba multi-classes into artificer, but all of their like inventions are food-based.
I dig it. Just become an alchemist, and it's just all sauces.
Yeah. Ugh. I don't think Haba's smart enough for that though. He's not a very smart man. He's not bad. Never mind. I forgot he has an above-average intelligence. I should do a better job of role-playing that.
Agreed.
Just be a battlesmith instead of a steel defender. You have a food defender.
I've replaced you, Nero, with better Nero. He's a cool robot dog.
He's a cool robot dog. He's got a pineapple for a head.
He's edible.
He still has Nero's voice. He says, "Got."
I've named him Emergency Rations.
He says, "ER says, help me, brother," and he says, "Yes, I will. But first, I need you to get on the grill."
Oh no. No, but really, what is Habanero up to? Everyone else is kind of taking their own path, taking off to go through their own things for a minute. So, what is he up to? What are they up to?
I don't know what they'd be up to right now. I can't remember. Is Corbish here with us at the orphanage?
Yeah, Corbish is here. He's
I think
he's currently in
Nero will be
class.
showing him some stuff. Oh, he's in class?
He is in class.
What if Nero busted him out of class to teach him some cool sword stuff?
You would have to deal with the teacher.
Nero's awkward enough for that. Yeah, let's go.
Perfect. All right. Well, in which case, we will go back to the upper floor classroom, wherein there are the 9 to 12-year-olds and a red hooded figure with ashen skin, a woman that is teaching the class with a very soft-spoken voice.
Real quick.
Mhm.
On the way back, could Core have joined in on the class?
He could be sitting in the back.
He's gonna sit in the back. He's gonna come in and he's just going to just say very quickly, just sitting in, but secretly he wants to learn.
Oh, okay.
I never had a childhood where I could learn.
He's just going to, he takes his hat off and there you go.
Yep.
Easy
That's the course
peasy.
sitting in the back. He blends in perfectly with all the other kids.
It just looks like a child.
And then 5 minutes later, Nero just opens the door, not even knocking.
Yep.
Is Corbish in here? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, he's over in the corner.
Come here, Corbish.
Sir, we're in the middle of a class.
Oh, that's okay. He's fine. Come on, Corbish.
Which one do you want to...
Corbish, stay seated, please. Sir, if you will. I need to speak to you outside.
I've got a sword for you, Corbish.
When you do that and you're still completely, like, almost completely ignoring this woman,
Yeah.
Core, you will notice, because you're very clearly going, like, the back and forth, like, what's gonna happen. She's no longer in the front of the classroom. She is now behind Nero.
He's not noticed this. He's still like, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's I had some old ones back from when I was still practicing.
Someone's tapping on your shoulder now, Core, or Nero. Sir.
Oh, just one moment. I'll talk to you in a sec. I'm currently talking to Corbish.
Or it just begins approaching. He stands up and he just starts making his way over.
Yeah, on the way over, Nero, I need you to make a Constitution save.
Oh, it's pretty good.
That's pretty good. There's a sharp jab, between two of your ribs, closer to the spine, and you feel everything on the left side of your body turn numb very briefly, but you manage to actually shrug it off.
Oh.
I just want him to continue on, like there's absolutely nothing that could stop him from digging.
No, he turns around. That wasn't very nice. But
I need you
Come
to
on,
step
Core,
out of the
pack up your
room,
stuff.
sir.
Nero.
yeah. Come on, Core. We're stepping out of the room.
Nero.
This lady wants to talk to us. Oh, hi, Core.
So
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
I was listening to the class that you interrupted.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Nero,
Yeah.
I understand what you're doing, Hal. It's really, really important. But this is a little bit more important. Can what you're doing wait maybe an hour?
I mean,
I really hate to tell you
I don't
this
know if I
right
wanna
now,
wait an
but
hour, though.
you're being really rude right now.
an
oh,
understatement.
No, I understand that you might.
guess.
I understand that you might not get it. I understand that you might not mean any harm. But you know, just kind of be aware that he's trying to learn, and he's here because he wants to be here.
okay.
Okay.
I think learning how to use a sword is cooler, but that's
Yep. No,
fine.
it is cool. It's really, really important. Yeah, I understand. But he made an obligation with her first. So, just keep that in mind. It would be like if I came in when you were in the middle of making a meal and told you to come with me to do some rope climbing stuff or something like that, but you still wanted to make that meal.
Oh, in that case, I'd just ignore you.
Yeah, but you're trying to drag him away, and he's a child, and you're not.
Yeah.
So, we'll talk after, but just just go back down, and why don't you make a good meal? And do you even have a lesson plan?
I mean, I was gonna go over some basic sword
Yeah. So
forms and whatnot, and
why don't you make a plan for everything you're going to cover during the hour? I'm going to spend with them. If you're even going to spend an hour, make sure you got a plan. And why don't you talk to your brother about that?
he'll be Tom is busy doing, as he calls, research and development on a recipe. That's more his area of expertise. I mean, I'll just wait out in the hallway till y'all are done.
No,
guess.
go down there and help him out.
No, it'll be fine.
You don't need to hover. It'll be okay.
I really like the idea of Nero just awkwardly standing in the hallway for an hour, though. Just holding two swords.
All right, just
Yeah.
you do your thing, and how about this?
Oh.
We'll talk after things are done. Okay.
Okay. I mean,
Right.
I'll be honest, I didn't really want to talk to anybody, but I just kind of wanted to do the lesson. It's fine. I guess I'll talk to you.
You
After
can't have
this.
everything that you want. Okay.
That's fair.
All right. So all right. I will see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Porter smiles very patiently.
Cool. I turn around to now finally address the woman that tried to stun me. I'll just be out there.
And Nero,
Oh, hi again, Core.
you should probably apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Please leave. Orbish will be available in about 40 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
She'll walk you to the door.
Yep.
And have you step outside and then close it, and then you'll hear the lock turn.
Core just gives this woman he is not introduced with like the most like. He looks apologetic, but at the same time, it looks like he is not taking any responsibility for Nero's actions whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she basically she turns away from the door, and that's when she just sort of makes eye contact with you, and you just see like exasperation, and the unspoken question of, is he always like that?
I think Core just says, "I got a story to tell you after all this is done," and then he just makes his way to the back of the room.
All right, class, where were we? And she turns, and stepping into a shadow of one of the children's chairs, she reappears back at the front of the class.
Oh, she's an edgy monk.
She is indeed a shadow monk. And the class will proceed for about 40 minutes more. It's a lot of it was the beginning parts of it are focused on what poetry is, why poetry is important, and the teacher will spend some time going through a couple of much more child relatable poetry, so that way it's nothing too dense or heavy, and a lot of them are very goofy and funny, especially when she reads them. And she ends the class with an assignment to try to write your own poem. But which is very funny because there was no teaching today on like scheming or types of poems. It's just based off of a lot of the ones she read. Just like, go write your own poem.
Just do your best.
Yeah. At the end of the class, she will reappear near the door, unlock it, and open it, and see Nero standing awkwardly in the hallway still.
Oh, hello again.
And without saying any other words, we'll turn back around. All right, children, thank you. Don't forget about your assignment. Same time next week. Go wash up for dinner. And all the kids kind of scramble and grab all their armfuls of paper and their little knapsacks, and they begin filing out of the room, very politely. And they stop, and you just hear almost every kid in some way or some variation stops and says, "Thank you, Miss Umbra," and they keep walking.
My God, even her name's on like just edge.
Yep. Granted, in her defense, she has backstory that supports all this. For funsies, Narrow and Core, if you guys want to make me a perception check.
Sure.
There's a particular feature about Umbra that is unusual. Narrow does not care.
Very fitting.
You know what? Cora was very focused on the lesson. I'm not going to say that he sized him up during the entire thing, even though he had 40 minutes to actually do it.
Fair. Okay. It was actually because you spent so much time like focusing on the lesson. It was a detail that was actually kind of noticeable after about 3/4 of the way through. Umbra does not have or cast any form of shadow.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I got into something involving my dog.
Whoa.
The dog is handing Dawn the torch in order to light the fire that they will use to burn this witch for not having a shadow.
The beacons have been lit. Gondor calls for aid. But also they burned a witch.
Okay, I'm there.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
All good. Did you get the results of that roll?
She does not cast a shadow.
Yes.
Was there anything else pertaining to that?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, a wonderful character reference if you want to get a better image in your mind. Basically, imagine a medieval fantasy version of Kasumi from Mass Effect.
Ah. Okay.
There's a lot of inspiration from that character. That being said, all the children have been out of the classroom. Corbish immediately follows Nero.
Oh, there you are.
Like half dragging his little knapsack behind him, while just staring up at the swords as Nero's talking about them.
I'll take the bag, you take this, and I just hand him a sword. It's probably still pretty big for him.
Yeah, it's a training sword though, I take it?
No, we train with real stuff here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it takes him a second. It's hefty.
Is it sheathed?
Want to roll a d2 if to see if Nero had the
Odds
forethought to
evens.
actually.
I'd like to.
Yeah, it's sheathed.
Core, I think, makes his way to the door to kind of see what you're doing here, and I think he's gonna say something to you, Nero. Hey, real quick, Nero.
Oh right, yeah.
What?
What did you want?
Make sure that you do this somewhere where, someone here who works here can supervise it.
Is that a thing?
I think it probably should be.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Just gonna find. Yeah.
And, if you're gonna use a real thing, keep in mind they probably got something more his size here. I mean, I know you know how to do something here, but still, have a little sense.
I mean, if he trains with something heavier, it'll be easier when he goes down to one more his size.
I think Core just leaves it at that.
Yep. I'm gonna find the nearest person with a red cloak and just be like, you.
Yeah, sure. Make an investigation check for me.
Supervise.
Let's see how convenient of someone he stumbles upon. The lower it is, the less convenient. Okay, that's actually not bad. You, in fact, stumble across another of the adjutants that you didn't see prior to arriving. This is the full-blooded orcish gentleman who is referred to as Bottle. He's very large, very heavily muscle-bound. Wears a red bandana and a beat-up red crimson-colored vest instead of a cloak like all the other ones. And he's currently walking out of the kitchen with a rag drying off his hands.
I like to think he was helping out.
He was.
Haba.
Probably.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, you're wearing red. You want to watch? Apparently, I have to have supervision to teach him how to use this. Okay.
Yep.
Do you mind doing that?
Nope.
Okay.
There's a training
we'll go
ground.
to the nearest courtyard.
There's a training ground out back. Down the hall,
That'll work.
back door.
Can I ask you a question? It makes sense to train with the bigger, heavier weapon first, so it's easier when you go down to something more reasonable, right? I'm not just being stupid, am I?
Depends on what you're teaching first.
Just general sword. Just the basics. How to hold, yeah.
Using a weapon larger than someone can wield will help build muscle. But they're not going to be able to learn the basics of fighting with it well because, well, they're not going to be fighting with a weapon that's larger than they are usually.
That's fair.
If you want them to get
case,
a better understanding on
smaller sword?
handling something sized to them would be good. If you want to help them build some muscles, something larger.
Do you have a smaller sword? The only one I've got is the.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, okay.
We have a weapons shack in the back that we use.
Yeah.
Follow me.
The one I had, the one he handed Corbish was about the size of Corbish.
Yeah. I imagine you gave him a full size longsword.
Yep.
Yeah, because like Corbish would be like carrying it like this, like it's like twice as wide as he is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bottle will lead you out back to where there is a sand pit ringed in stone, and there is a large wooden building that's about 30 feet across, about 10 feet deep, and there's a heavy metal barred door that he takes a key off his belt and opens it up, and inside is more or less a small armory, which he kind of goes through the weapons, kind of eyeing Corbish a bit, and he'll eventually produce a short sword.
Okay.
Which is, for his size and shape, more or less like an approximation for like, well, a longsword for a child.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good in between. It would be good for teaching him basics, and it's going to be heavy enough that he'll start building some muscles.
Good. Okay. All right. Haba, or no, I'm sorry, not Haba. Nero is going to have him. He's going to show him just the proper way to hold it to start off with, and then assuming there's like training dummies and whatnot.
There are.
Yeah. We'll have him swing a few times to that, making sure that he's following through with the swing and not stopping it right when he hits.
Which is a problem you face a lot in the beginning.
Yeah.
That concept is difficult to teach because you get the response of, but how do I swing through something solid? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, even if you don't go all the way through, if you don't want to preemptively stop the force you're building up with the swing is the thing. Even if it does get lodged in there, it's about the intent.
But swinging it too hard makes my arms hurt when it hits.
That'll happen. You get used to it as you build up the muscles. And I'll demonstrate. Maybe not with Nero's greatswords, that I don't want to just break stuff in the training ground. So just the regular longsword that he had was going to originally use for Corbish.
All right.
Yeah.
For the record, there are 3 types of training dummies here.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are straw and wood. And you can tell a couple of them have a handful of different assemblies. Ones have just flat, like, barrel-topped shields, which you can tell have a bunch of nicks in them where they've been shot at for archery practice. Some of them just have bullseyes painted on them. But there's one type of training dummy. And there's only one of them in the whole training yard. That is roughly the shape of a humanoid, about 6 feet tall, averagely built. It looks like it's made from clay.
Oh.
I think Bottle probably would have explained prior to you starting that the dummy acts and feels like what it is to strike a living person. And the clay will regenerate any damage you deal to it.
Okay, yeah. So Nero will give an example. He'll swing through that one.
You know what? Just make me an attack roll.
Okay. Do you want me to make just use throw a longsword in my inventory real quick, or
No, just swing the big one. Because I mean, the longsword you'd be using with 2 hands anyway, right?
Yeah.
The longsword connects and cleaves into it about a quarter of the way into the torso. You know, a good instructing hit, but just not a powerful one.
Yeah. Now you try on this one. I didn't know they had regenerating dummies.
Yeah, it's the only one we've got.
Oh, that's nifty.
Yeah, it's one of nobody's projects.
Oh.
You could punch its head clear off; it'll regrow. It's really cool.
Does something regrow from the head on the ground?
No, it vanishes.
Oh.
Right. Bottle's just on the side of the courtyard, just sitting on one of the stone fences, just like commentating occasionally.
Yeah.
Corbish will swing and get a good chop into the hips with it, and it's actually a pretty good hit.
Is it better than Nero's?
Proportionally, yes.
Good for him.
Yeah, he rolled a natural 17.
Ooh.
And with his mediocre strength bonus, considering he's not proficient in martial weapons, simple weapons, really. It's still pretty good, yeah. You know, for a kid, he did real well. Did real well. It was just a huge wind up in just a orcish child screaming, and he just watches it get wedged like right in the middle of the training dummy. But then he can't get it.
Oh, that was pretty good. I'll help you get it out. Yeah, I pull it out for him.
Yeah, you basically grab it by the hilt and like put a boot on this thing's chest and like just wedge it out. It was really in there. It was really.
Oh, that was very impressive. Good job. And I give him a pat on the head.
Corbish,
very awkward.
It is very awkward, but Corbish gives you this really big, tusky smile. It's freakishly adorable. Like you've never seen a kid so happy to have slung a sword halfway into a person's body before.
Should be kind of unnerving, but in this case, heartwarming.
Yep. Anyone else out here? Might be weird. Just the 3 of you? Nope, seems fine. Seems fine.
Yeah. If you're up for it, how about this? If you can land a hit on me, a nice clean hit. I'm not going to be swinging back at you. I'm mostly just going to be deflecting and whatnot. But you can have extras of whatever Hob is cooking right now.
I can't believe you're taking this. You're gonna take the Dark Souls approach to it. You want food? Earn it.
Question is Corbish food motivated?
We're about to find out. The answer is a no. The first attack is a 2. The narrow, easily deflects it with the longsword. The comparison in strengths is obvious.
I
Core,
think you can do
were you gonna
better
say
than
something?
that. Yep. What was that? Oh, sorry.
The second bout, he does much better. He rolled a natural 19.
Oh shoot! Yeah, he hits.
Yeah, with his bonus, it's a modified 20.
Well, that's more like it. Nero says as he's bleeding.
Yeah.
Sword
Tis but a
in his
scratch.
stomach. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that was pretty good. You could say the first one was a feint. I'm sure Bun over there would believe you. Yeah. Oh, I thought I was whispering that to him. Oh, that's my bad. Sometimes I don't realize that I'm talking as loud as I am. That's fine. We can see what Haba's up to now, I guess. Get you something to eat. I gotta know, is there anywhere in here that Haba could have gotten his hands on some holy water?
Not just suddenly, no. You would have to go on a little side tangent to break into a room to try to find and steal some.
Haba's too nice to steal those thing. Could he try it? Could he try and persuade one of the staff?
Can I get some holy water to sneak it into food? Is that what you're getting at?
No. Like I said, he's doing some R&D right now, and we did say something a while ago about mixing some ghost peppers with some holy water. So.
Oh, I figured you were just going to leave that to Core.
Haba got it. I mean, it involves food and all that, so Haba's kind of interested in the idea of it, and you can at least pass the notes on to Core as well.
I guess let me see if
I'll try
holy
to be
water
on
is
this.
in the inventory here. Okay, apparently. I mean, yeah, you can try to talk someone into giving you a vial of holy water.
Alright, do you want me to roll for that, or?
Well, I mean, yeah, so the point would be that you basically have two potential people to speak to. Amethyst, who would be in the cafeteria prior to dinner time with Priya, or Bottle, who was working in the kitchen when you guys arrived. And
I think Bottle makes the most sense, seeing as like it's almost like a flashback of this happening prior to Bottle leaving. Yeah,
sure,
like you were saying.
Yep.
Hey, Bottle.
Yeah.
Do you guys happen to have any holy water? Not for cooking. This is for something else.
Could you be a little more specific?
Just holy water. I mean,
No, what you're using it.
Well, see, me and Core got talking about mixing some ghost peppers with it. With some holy water. And I just kind of wanted to pique my interest and whatnot.
Core's the small one, right?
Yeah, really short one.
Make a persuasion check.
Oof.
Alright.
I have money to pay for it, obviously, to replace.
I am back. Oh no, he has to place Corvish. Last time I was alone with a child.
No, we're doing a flashback.
Flashback.
I was
trying to get holy water
for those ghost peppers. Yep.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. We have a cleric that can make this stuff for us.
Oh, great.
Yeah, actually, we have a few vials here. And he goes over to one of the cabinets, and on one of the really high cabinets, there's a glass. There are two glass doors. In he opens them up. Inside, you see a bunch of crystal vials, of varying colors and shapes. And he goes off to one side, and he reaches really far in the back. And Bottle's a very tall, large guy, so like he's like that's how high up these are. He's putting in work to find this. And he pulls down a small crystal vial. It's kind of diamond teardrop shaped. And he pulls it down. And he pops the top off, takes a quick sniff, and pops it back on, and then turns around and closes the doors and walks back over. All right. One vial's really all I can afford to probably.
Oh, that's fine. Right. I'll burn an ingredients die worth of ghost peppers. What I'm gonna do is I am gonna cut them open, and I'm going for the seeds specifically out of all of them.
Right.
Yeah, and I like to think when you cut into a ghost pepper, a little bit of like faint wispy steam comes out of it, kind of spooky like.
Yeah, they sometimes look like ghosts escaping. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he's going to get a mortar and pestle, and he's going to grind up the seeds into a fine powder before mixing it with the holy water.
Okay.
Right.
Make me a cook's utensils check.
Sure. What's stat?
Intelligence?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. This is experimental.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. You spend a little time while Bottle's in the kitchen working on some food prep for dinner, and you know, you get the seeds out, you toast them a little, you grind them up into a really fine powder. And then you mix them in with the holy water in a separate bowl until it dissolves a little bit, leaving only kind of like tiny flecks. And there's this kind of a moment when you're doing this stirring, you know that puff of release of like air. You kind of see like the similar shapes now swirling in the holy water. You can add to your inventory whatever crazy name you want, but ghost pepper holy water.
Ghost water.
Holy pepper spray.
Right. Holy pepper spray. Yes. Then I kind of want to find core. So this one's going to be a gift for core.
Right.
This little this thing.
Before you go find core, anything else before?
Core was going to stick around and talk with Umbra.
Okay. Yep. Umbra is just tidying up the classroom.
I think Core will help out with that.
Okay. Yeah, it's all pretty standard stuff. You know, tucking chairs in, collecting books, cleaning the chalkboard, stuff like that.
I roll a performance check? I want to tell the story to Umbra about our encounter in the alleyway with in the street and the straw man and Nero's antics then.
Oh, about the hacking of the body into pieces in the alleyway? That's story?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
All right.
And is the purposes for entertainment?
Yeah, a little bit. It's also to kind of drive the point of it, like, yeah, no, Nero does this stuff all the time here.
Gotcha.
All right. I wish I was pursuing performance, but you know, whatever. Okay.
That's still really good.
I think in the way that I kind of had pictured literally him just saying this is literally we have the scene flash to this, and then the camera pans back the court, and he's like, and that's how we met Gallo.
I think Umbra would stop in the middle of what she's doing and like would actually like chuckle under her breath, like trying to actually contain it, and just shake her head.
Just very much so just crafting the story about like all that stuff. Kind of leaving out the more gruesome details of the things here, making light out of the terribleness.
You're very fortunate that none of you were shot.
Yeah. I pretty happy about that.
Gallo tends to do that first, and then worry about the consequences later.
Yeah, she said that she knew it, she saw it, that it was not in fact a person. So, you know. But I guess the thing here is Nero, I don't know. He and his brother they don't really got much in the way of common sense. But he's got a good heart, and I hope he can kind of overlook the thing that he was doing here. He had good intentions, but I honestly sometimes it just doesn't feel like he really knows better. He's like in his own little world. For what it's worth, he's the one who he's one of the people who he's been helping us out with everything here. I'm sure you know, but
Yeah, that much I do know.
yeah. So thanks for that. That was a pretty it was a pretty nice thing you were doing with this lesson. Is this something you usually do?
Mm-hmm. I'm
All right.
responsible for poetry and literature. All the adjutants kind of take over a subject matter and teach it.
I never really got to do anything like that when I was younger or anything like that.
Poetry or schooling?
Schooling. I didn't have anything like that.
Hmm.
I roamed around outside the walls with, you know, slum dogs, basically. Basically how I lived.
Well, then you and I aren't so different then.
Really.
I have no formal education. Just a passion for literature. It was one of my escapes when I was younger.
I never, you know, you just reminded me to do something when I go out shopping again. I gotta buy tools to craft. What is the word people like to use? Tinker. It's like a gnomish term.
What are you trying to make?
Anything really, I guess. I've been improvising a lot lately.
Then yeah, I suppose Tinker's tools would probably be your best bet. They're the most versatile.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm Core. Nice to meet you.
Formerly, I'm Umbra. It's a pleasure.
Uh-huh. You I haven't seen you around here. Are you like here often, certain days of the week, etc., etc.?
Well, not seeing me is usually intentional, but I'm here about 5 days out of the week. Rain and Amethyst tend to do most of the care tending, but I'm typically an extra layer of security. But I also do tending and teaching as well.
So, feel free not to answer if you don't want to, but what was that stuff you were doing?
The stepping into shadows?
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice that you kind of lacking one. Gotta say, I'm a little jealous of that. How'd you do that?
You're only jealous because you do not know what it requires to lose it.
I mean, probably.
I am a former shadow dancer.
A former what?
Shadow dancer.
Shadow
You can make a
dancer.
religion check. Or a history check, if you have any particular preference.
I like the religious connotations.
So you don't know anything in depth about the organization, but shadow dancers are a group of assassins that are dedicated to ratchery. They're infamous for what their name sort of sounds like, which is their ability to move in and out of shadows and be in places that are normally impossible. Yeah, that's about all you get with a 12.
So you used to be in the business of blood money.
Not by choice.
What is Ratri out of character?
The rogue. Chaotic neutral. Portfolios include secrets, shadows, sorrow, and pretty much anything to do with thievery or assassins.
Okay. Do they have any relation with the Oathsworn at all?
No. The Oathsworn, they fly their banner underneath Halir, the god of justice.
So this is kind of like the opposite, almost.
Yeah, actually.
Of course, definitely seems like he's interested. Of course, gonna just say, well, I ain't judging.
I've had plenty of people do it to me over the course of my life. I wouldn't blame you if you did.
People suck.
They are right to judge. It was not a good life to live.
I mean, what, you're here to make sure that other people don't get the roll in like you do, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I get it. I think Cora's just like kind of pottering as he's like helping with the cleaning.
Mm-hmm. It's just a quiet conversation between doing chores.
I think Cora's going to ask, does what you do have anything to do with Scath?
Yes. It's probably a bit more complex than a yes or no question, but the short version, yes.
When we pulled one of the kids back, we came back today with another one of them. We gotta find two more. We found another hag, and she was different from the other two that we knew about, so we think there's a coven involved. She did something really odd in front of all of us, and then she poofed. And we didn't have an answer for that. She got away, and there wasn't anything we could really do about that. Apparently, the Dumb and Dumber seemed like they got something involving that, so they say. That being, my friend that I like speaking endearingly about.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't really know much. And as far as I know, so long as these things run in a trio, they're going to be a lot stronger and a lot harder to deal with. So you had to rely on hit and run tactics, and judging from how that fight was going, I was saying she was losing.
Well, based off your questioning, I assume you're probably dealing with a night hag.
Uh-huh.
I've met many in my time alive.
Really?
Yes. You do not deal in shadows and do not meet many of the denizens of Scath. Night hags are very common. They are also very
good.
Fickle. They never form covens because it's a matter of temporary advantage. They do it because it offers them power, but they're always constantly fighting over each other, trying to make sure one doesn't get further ahead of the other ones.
Sounds like a few guys I know.
But they're slippery and vindictive. And usually if they're wronged, they'll respond in a very nasty way. It's been a while since I've seen any on this plane of existence, though. They rarely operate on this side of the veil.
I ain't really used to this kind of stuff. And, I'm not gonna lie. And it does scare me.
As it should.
Yeah, you ever kill any of them?
A few. They're difficult to kill. They will typically flee before you are really given the proper opportunity. But given my talents as an assassin, ambush is the best way to deal with them. They don't get to react as quickly. But if you don't finish them off, they're almost certainly going to flee. And they have many ways to do it.
Was there any reason you were teaching them poetry, of all things? I know, sorry, I'm jumping around the conversation a bit. Listen, sometimes you just need to get a little bit of levity here.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I picked poetry because I find it is a useful way to express oneself in a manner that sometimes speaking can't do. And while they're children, I think the sooner they start grasping the idea of being able to express themselves differently, it'll help shape their perceptions of the world a little bit better. Given the challenges that are ahead of them, I figured helping form that now would be better.
Now I'm sizing up. Umbra's in score compared to mine.
You're a 16?
Yes.
Inferior.
And let's see, what else would be pretty interesting. Let's see her, back some hit point total. Let's compare it to... Who is a good comparison here? Nobody.
Alright. I actually have to go dig out the sheets real quick. So I can double check the exact. I know they're actually kind of in the same. Inferior.
Okay. Interesting. Core is kind of going to like pause here and very much so like ask something that's like a little bit like out there.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, can you humor me on this? So, you used to be an assassin.
Correct.
You like poetry.
Correct.
So, like I said, humor me. You weren't like one of those types that, like, I've read about that tries to incorporate the two things together, or used to. Now maybe this is just the product of me being ignorant, but like I just can't help but like had the cross. It's ridiculous as it sounds, just crossed my mind.
Are you asking me if I used to leave behind poems of people I killed?
Cora like pauses. Yeah.
No, I never did that. Those were two worlds that never mixed because they were very different ones. Killing was my prison. Poetry was my freedom.
I think you should write that down.
Trust me, I have.
Ah, I knew it. Core just gets this dumb look on his face, like, yes. He seems very happy with himself when that happens. I think I'm gonna end that scene on that note.
Mm-hmm.
Just you know, just shooting shit.
And speaking of ending scenes on notes, as all of you go about your various entertainments around the Fate's Edge Orphanage, where everyone will settle in for the evening after various conversations, we're just gonna call it there for today and pick up next week. And
Thank you for running.
and pray for Sam's well-being. I am worried for that girl, and I miss her.
One subscription equals one prayer.
I didn't say that, but I'll take it.
I did.
And then I'm gonna be very sad when there are no subscriptions.
No prayers.
No. That means Sam just died.
Oh
Do you
no.
want Sam to die? That's what this does. No, I'm kidding.
Cider, you know what you have to make happen.
Give me money? No, this is getting weird. Anyway, we're done despite shenanigans. You know this feel by now. Thursdays I play in a game. Fridays I run a game. Around 7:30 PDT. High level campaign. It's really good stuff. Tuesdays Moonrise. 1 p.m. PDT, and then back here where we are picking up with Finding More Children, which we've officially managed to tick off several from the list, and is looking real good. So you know, keep watching, stay tuned. Things are gonna get good. And as always, if you can do nothing else, make good choices. See you all next time.
Be good people.